Good morning, Lindsay. Can you hear me?
Sorry, Esther. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to do like a microphone check because it's been kind of problematic in the past. So
Yeah, you're good.
perfect. Thank you. All right. Bye.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I hope everybody gets here. I guess we have an invite that automatically defaulted us to Teams, so good to see. Hopefully everybody will make their way over. So
We'll go find them if they don't.
We are just missing Supervisor Big Gay. I don't see that.
and she actually called me, and she's unfortunately going to be a little late here, and she's going to be on with as soon as she can. So I just changed my background. So.
Hi, everyone. I just want to test my sound.
Hear ya.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, it's 10:02, and I think I heard from Lindsay that we have the board except for Supervisor Begay and who will be joining us a little late, and County Manager. Do we have everybody we need to proceed with our meeting this morning?
Yes, staff is all here ready to proceed, Madam Chair.
All right, very good. Well, then with that, members of the board, members of the staff, members of the public, it is Tuesday, August 16th, 2022, and this is a notice of the special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And as always, we start with roll call to hear from the other members of the board. My name is Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District 1 and also the chair of the board. It's great to see everybody this morning. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm Supervisor District 2 and current Vice Chair. Welcome.
And District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Matt Ryan and present.
And District 4, as I said, Judy Begay is going to join us a little late this morning. And District 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Lena Fowler, Coconino, District 5 Supervisor.
Very good. So the gang is almost all here. So it's great to see everybody this morning. And next is, after our call to the public, is our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America. And with that, Lindsay Daly, our wonderful clerk, is going to put up the flag for us. For those that can, please stand and face the flag. And let's proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic
for which
it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty
liberty,
and justice for all.
justice.
Thank you so much. For those of us that were at the Liz Archuleta Park dedication, we got to have a wonderful Pledge of Allegiance and a amazing anthem sung by Demi Archuleta. So we can't match that, but we'll do what we can as we move forward. So our next item on our agenda is the call to the public. And members of our community, this is the time where you, the public, can address the governing board and let us know your thoughts, what your concerns are, and address matters that are not on the agenda. We ask for you, when you do contact us here, we hope to hear from you, is that you remember that to please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Also to keep your comments civil. And understand that since these are not on the agenda, we are limited in our ability to respond, but we will hear and listen to you. And if necessary, can send this to one of our staff members and or put it on a future board meeting for future discussion by the board. At this time, I'm going to ask our clerk to explain how you, members of the public, can join us. And so you can be heard during our board meeting. So Lindsay Daly, could you please let everyone know how they can join us?
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if you would like to provide a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen. If you hover down towards the bottom, it looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Thank you, Lindsay. So members of the public, now is the time.
And at this time, Chair Horseman, we have no hands raised.
All right, one final call, members of the public. You know how you can join us, and we wait to hear from you. So now is the time.
No hands raised.
All right. Well, with that, now is the time we will proceed with our agenda. And this is the time for the board's consent agenda. Now, the consent agenda are matters that will be taken in one vote. There will be no discussion on these matters unless members of the board choose to remove them from the consent agenda, in which case they will be removed and we will talk about them individually and take a vote individually. The items on the consent agenda are more administrative or for just formalities or administrative in nature. And so they do not need individual discussions, but sometimes we board members would like to remove items. So at this time, I'm going to ask the board members if there are items that are listed on the consent agenda that we need to remove so we can discuss individually. Supervisor Fowler, I've seen you bubbled up here.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to remove item number 13, just to give an opportunity for us to just learn more about it and to have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other items on the consent agenda? If not, at this time, members of the board, I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda items 1 through 12, removing 13 for future discussion. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. We have a motion and a second. All those of approving the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. The consent agenda has passed. Now we're going to turn to item number 13, which is consideration of possible action to approve the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management Agreement in the amount of $41,600 and associated budget adjustments to replace the O'Leary Radio Tower building, which houses Sheriff's Office radio equipment that was damaged in the pipeline fire, and authorized Sheriff Driscoll to sign the agreement. Supervisor Fowler has asked to have this removed. Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make any comments, or should we turn this over to Sheriff Driscoll?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just think that this is an important item. It's really important that we approve it. And then to also understand, when we talk about emergency management, there are key infrastructures that are very important to the work that the law enforcement and as well as other agencies do to keep the public safe. And this is just one of those items. I thought it was really a great opportunity for education to learn more about it, and then to just really appreciate just the what our emergency responders and our law enforcement do to keep us safe. So Sheriff, I see the sheriff is on, which is really great.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And yes, Sheriff Driscoll, can you give us a little information on item number 13?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. Good morning. Appreciate this opportunity to kind of talk about this issue that Supervisor Fowler pulled to have that discussion. I want to let you know we greatly appreciate the assistance of Wes Dyson from Emergency Management and Margaret Pinato from Risk Management to be able to replace a structure, a radio structure that was suffered pretty severe damage during the pipeline fire. A grant for $41,600 to replace the building and the solar panels. And it's not just our radio infrastructure for the sheriff. We also house Forest Service radio equipment, Summit Fire radio equipment, and National Park Service. So all four agencies have equipment there that would be lost should anything else occur. So we're able to get a new building and solar panels to support this. And O'Leary is especially a critical part of our 24 tower radio infrastructure. O'Leary Tower serves all that area, provides radio coverage north of the San Francisco Peaks areas onto the Navajo Nation, including Gray Mountain, Cameron, and now Tuba City. It provides that radio coverage for, as well as the areas of the 3 national monuments, so Waputke Sunset Crater and Walnut Canyon. So it's a very critical tower. We're able to replace it due to that fire damage, and are very appreciative of the folks who were able to help us with this grant from the Arizona Department of Forestry. So I also have staff here in case there's any questions about it. Hopefully we can answer those.
Very good. Thank you, Sheriff Driscoll. And Supervisor Fowler, I'm going to turn this over to you if you have any other questions or comments, and then I'll ask if members of the board do.
Thank you, Sheriff Driscoll, for joining us and just explaining how the communication works. And there's just a vast reaching tower, and just the partnership that takes place through these emergency responders and also the law enforcement. Well, they're part of emergency responders, but just the amount of work and partnership that the agencies all have to be able to keep the public safe, I think is so important. When we think about the flooding that is taking place, and we keep talking about that, there are other areas that have been impacted. And I just want to just highlight this and make sure that we are all aware of the important work that our law enforcement is doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from members of the board? Seeing none at this point, Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make the the motion for item number? I'm sorry, Vice Chair, did you have a comment to make, or?
No, just coming on the
All
screen.
right, Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make the motion on this?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff Driscoll. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move that we approve item number 13.
Very good. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. And thank you, Sheriff, for being with us and for giving us the information.
Thank you too.
Members of the board, we are now moving along, and we now have an item for us as members of the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion for us to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors?
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor to resolve as the Board of Directors for the Flood Control District signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is again unanimous. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And members of the board, item number 14 is actually set forth as a consent agenda. It's only one item. However, we do want to discuss this item. So I'm going to, at this point, entertain a motion to remove item 14 from the consent agenda so we can have individual discussion on this. Do I have a motion?
So move. I will.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second? Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of removing item 14 from the consent agenda for an individual action item to discuss signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. I'm assuming Supervisor Ryan, you're voting aye.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we haven't done this before to remove it, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's proper to remove it, and we did, and I appreciate that. So at this point, item 14 is an individual action item for discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve amendment number 1 to the master agreement for forest restoration project funding between Coconino County Flood Control District and the National Forest Foundation. County Manager, do you have comments to make on this, or should we call on Jay Smith, our Forest Restoration Director?
Chair Horstman, Jay is here present to present the item as is in your packet. So.
All right. Thank you very much. Jay, good morning. Thanks for being with us.
Morning,
And
Madam Chair.
we look forward to hearing from you on this.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So this item, and Lindsay, I just emailed you the number that Sasha from National Forest Foundation, she's on 503 number. Okay, thank you. Just got her up. So Sasha is having issues with internet this morning at her place. So we have got her on the phone as well. But so this item is to extend our master agreement with the National Forest Foundation. It was originally set to expire in 2024. And as we're signing more contracts and more supplemental project agreements with National Forest Foundation, we don't want to get to the situation where we're signing an agreement with them that may extend past our master agreement. So based on our county attorney's office, they suggested we get that extension made. And to us, it's so important that we're able to keep this partnership going with National Forest Foundation. To date, we've treated 476 acres on Bill Williams Mountain on the steep slopes. The way I look at that is we've had 2 lightning strikes, one last year, one this year, within the areas that we've treated. Both times, while we get a little excited, both times the Forest Service was able to get up there, put line around it because those areas were treated and the fire wasn't able to take off. So, you know, we know this is working. We're protecting that mountain from catastrophic wildfire. This year, we're signing a supplemental project agreement for 285 acres, what we're calling Steep Slope 3. That'll be $2 million that the flood control district puts toward that project. And that will leave us with 800 acres left to treat on the north side of the Bill Williams Mountain. So, you know, we're moving through. We're over halfway done. Or we're going to be over halfway done after this year's treatment. So we're moving away, moving the right direction on Bill Williams Mountain. And then we have Upper Rio work that we're looking forward to putting into some supplemental agreements with National Forest Foundation this year and the next several years as we move forward now, switching our priorities to the Upper Rio and the western slope of the San Francisco Peaks. So we really want to have this master agreement in place for the next several years. This will extend it to 2029. So we're going to have those opportunities to continue working with National Forest Foundation. And as we heard yesterday from Michelle Padawani, who's the acting forest supervisor on the Coconino National Forest, Forest Service is having an issue just like the rest of us with capacity. And what National Forest Foundation does for us is we are able to use them as a tool to build capacity within the Forest Service, because they can do this work. They can set up timber sales or thinning operations, fuels reduction projects. They can do these things and not really take away from the capacity of the Forest Service. So they keep doing their work while we're kind of working separately through National Forest Foundation to treat federal land. So, you know, it really comes down again to the capacity issue and the way that National Forest Foundation can build that capacity for us and for the Forest Service. So I would like to let Sasha have a chance to make some comments as well, Chair, if you're okay.
Very good. Sasha, are you with us?
Yes, can you guys hear me all right?
We can hear you. So thanks for joining us. Sasha Stortz, is that how you pronounce it? From the National Forest Foundation. And thank you for joining us this morning.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Jay, and members of the Flood Control District. The National Forest Foundation, as you probably know, is a nonprofit that was established by Congress as a partner to the Forest Service. And we, as Jay said, really are here to help add capacity and bring together both public and private resources to get priority projects done. It's been a real honor to work with all of you to make the progress that we've seen on Bill Williams. And I think we have a lot of good work ahead to do as well. So just thank you so much for the partnership. It's been a pleasure to work with Jay and Lucinda and all of you. And we look forward to more projects ahead.
All right, thank you so much. It's good to hear from you. And we want to thank, of course, the National Forest Foundation for their partnership with Coconino County. And I think that many of us on the board here that have been working with forest restoration and certainly with our concerns that have come up because of our forest fires know the importance of building these partnerships with the National Forest Foundation to get the work we need to get done and to build the capacity that we need to help to protect our community through our forest restoration projects. So thank you so much, Sasha. Thank you for being with us this morning. I'm going to ask other members of the board if they have questions or comments they would like to make. Supervisor Ryan, I know this is near and dear to your heart with Bill Williams Mountain, so I'm going to turn to you first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is always exciting. I really appreciate the relationship with the National Forest Foundation and Sasha, all the good work and your peers with the foundation. And then Jay, Lucinda, and I got to bring up that Art Babbitt's name just every once in a blue moon and just compliment him. Everything that was done to try and get innovation in different ways of actually getting in there and getting this cut was the great work of these folk. So you heard we're moving on phase 3 to phase 4. It's a success story that we are implementing, and evidence that we see. We learned it with Schultz, but now we're seeing it with museum. Fortunately, the mitigation is working better for museums, but now we have the impact of pipeline. So that need to get in and do this, wood without value, but expensive to pull off is critical. And having these relationships so that we can pivot, get through the limitations on staff, as well as, sometimes it's a little bit slower, or how often it is, if we use the traditional processes. This is a great mechanism that's out there. So really good work being done. Someday I'd like to get the team to go out and visit, do an update with Williams City Council as they go after they're done their elections. And, I think it would be pivotal, just to explain, what is so important for the community and why we're doing this. So more than I intended to say, but surely appreciate everything that everybody's doing with it. It couldn't be done if we didn't have this type of contract. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I want to just thank Jay for his work and also the National Forest Foundation. Once again, we can see how it takes partnership and a lot of patience. And in addition to that, to continue to advocate for more funding, because these are huge projects right up on the mountain that's going to have a huge impact, positive impact on the community. You have to wonder sometimes, why are we focusing on a mountain and why are we not focusing on something else? Jay's been explaining to us how and we have seen that the forest can be taken by fire, and then the next comes the flooding, and that's what we're trying to prevent right here. So I just want to thank Jay for his vision and his detailed work that he has to do with all of his team. Well, he's a one-man show, but still he has a lot of partnerships. So I just want to thank you, Jay, for your work. And then you have to put up with Matt Ryan, so that's something that's on the side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Fowler. And any Vice Chair Vasquez?
Sure. Just wanted to reiterate how important this work is. We're seeing the effects of letting forest management get out of control in terms of not dealing with it for so many years in the way we needed to. And now we're, a fire changes the game for us. And so we want to prevent that as much as possible and do as much prevention as possible. And I've been out to Bill Williams Mountain with Jay, And it's a pretty impressive operation. I'm looking forward to seeing what the next phase looks like. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And yes, and I think it's very, very important that the next phase also include the west side of the San Francisco Peaks. And I think we saw just a little bit of what a compromised watershed for the west side looks like. And if pipeline, as we've said, had moved towards the west instead of, unfortunately, for the east, we would have had all of the Flagstaff, NAU, Southside also inundated. So as much as we're going to move forward here with our mitigation efforts for the watersheds that have been compromised, it is important that we take action right now in order to be proactive to stop the type of wildfire and the damage and damages caused to our communities from wildfire. So we're keeping messages going forward, west side of the peaks, west side of the peaks. We're going to finish Bill Williams Mountain to the extent that we can. Great job there. And from the National Forest Foundation, for Jay, from Lucinda, for all of the partners. And we look forward to continuing working on forest restoration and with you all. So thank you. And Sasha, thanks for being with us this morning. With that, do I have a motion? And I'm going to turn to Matt Ryan for making the motion. Unless we've lost him.
I don't see him anymore, so.
You know, the pressure was too much, I guess. Do we want to wait for a minute? This is important, I know, for him.
Yeah, if we could. Let me just.
Yes, please. He just texted, said he had to rejoin.
Okay. And I see also Judy Begay has joined. So if the record reflects, Judy Begay is with us. He may be having major technical difficulties. Steve, we'll give it just another minute and see if he's with us. If not, I'll entertain a motion from another member of the board, our directors, I should say. Well, we know Supervisor Ryan.
Chair Horstman, I have him on my phone on speaker, so he can hear you and you'll be able to hear him.
Very good. So Supervisor Ryan, I know that you have worked for a long time for Bill Williams Mountain, and it's been near and dear, of course, to your heart and to your district. So would you like to make the motion on item number 14?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I could. I move that we approve amendment number 1 to the master agreement for forest restoration project funding between Coconino County Flood Control District and the National Forest Foundation.
Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second? Second by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. All those in favor of passing this motion signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Directors, item number 14 has passed. That is the only item we have as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. So at this time, I need to accept a motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is again unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors. And our next item, action item, is an important item. This is discussion, consideration of possible action to canvass the August 2nd primary election results. And I know we actually have a member of our board that is a part of that. So I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Vasquez. Do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I would like to recuse myself from the vote since I was a candidate on this election, primary
Thank
election.
you. And the record will reflect that Vice Chair Vasquez has recused himself from consideration or voting on item number 15. So with that, and the county manager, do I turn this over to Esler Musta? I see our election director is with us.
I'm going to make a couple comments and then I'll turn it over with your permission to Esther and the team. Madam Chair, members of the board and to the public, it is with a lot of effort and expertise and talent that you're going to be receiving the results of the 2022 primary election. I want to highlight just with regard to some of the changes in structure that went into place this year. I see our honorable recorder Patty Hansen is also on, and to appreciate the work that she and her office have done since the IGA for the elections was turned over, gosh, many years ago. And so I want to appreciate Patty and her team for having taken up the function, which statutorily rests with the Board of Supervisors. But again, those efforts have been great and really want to appreciate that. So Patty, to your team, thank you so much. Also to Esler and his team, transitioning over to the function from what was part of the recorder's office to the function within the Board of Supervisors took place this summer. And so definitely want to appreciate Esler and his team and Wendy and others, the entire team, many of whom are on as attendees today, to appreciate all the work that they've provided in putting together an election that certainly was the focal point of throughout the nation, certainly a focal point within the state of Arizona. And so with that, I just want to just give my thanks and my support to Esler and his team for the work that they've done. So Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll turn it over to Esler. And I know that Esler will present, and then also Recorder Hansen will also be providing comments as well.
Thank you, County Manager. Appreciate that. So Esler.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you, County Manager Peru. Thank you for having us here to present the canvass of the election returns for the August primary on behalf of the county. So before I want to start I want to echo what Steve just said and express my appreciation of the partnership we have with the County Recorder Hansen and then the entire recorder team in serving our county voters in our seamlessly. So the canvasses today that we're doing is the accounting of all the ballots counted not only at a summary county level, but ballots cast at all the 75 precincts that with detailed results of all the races. The canvas report that we're presenting to the board includes several multi-page reports, a summary report, a statement of votes cast, a write-in report. Again, that's broken down by precincts, and also Recorder Hansen will talk about the early ballot report and provisional statistics and voter turnout by party. The board adopts the canvas, and once it's approved and adopted, we'll transmit the results to the Secretary of State for the state canvas that takes place on August 22nd. Just a couple of small highlights on the total number, the total voter turnout in this primary election registered at 31.92% of the actively registered voter. There's 29,681 voters casted their ballot in this primary season. And this level of voter participation is within the range of what we've seen in previous August primary elections. One interesting thing that happened and planned was that we had visibility at all of our polling and communication with all our polling locations on election day, and we could track instantaneously the voter turnout and the check-ins and communicate and proactively resolve any issues at all the polling locations. The canvas that we're introducing and presenting to the board today is the product of many activities that have been taking place since we started implementation plans for the primary election and right after the special election in May. And I wanted to highlight some of these activities that started with the ballot preparation and layout. In this primary election, we had 536 different ballot styles to account for the different races from federal, state, county races, and city and towns and the political parties. And I'm bringing that up because that has been something that has come up on the news about the complexity of the ballot styles. And we did that together as a team with a high degree of level of attention to detail and proofing and checking and rechecking up our work. We trained over 300 election board workers to staff the 42 different polling locations and 3 vote centers that we have in the county on election day. And I want to thank all the board workers that have continued to serve on the front lines for their work and dedication. There's no second and there's no substitute to it. And I also want to note that today is National Poll Worker Day, so the appreciation goes twice as long and twice as much. The tabulation equipment that was used to produce the Canvas reports that you have in front of you underwent rigorous testing at 3 distinctive points in the process. The equipment was certified by the Arizona Secretary of State prior to the start of the voting process through a public logic and accuracy test. The county political parties appointed members to the hand audit board that independently checked and validated the accuracy of the equipment the day after the elections by randomly selecting ballots cast on election days at 2 polling locations and batches of early ballots that got audited. And last Thursday, again, political party representatives concluded the last audit of our equipment and certified that it was tabulating correctly in what is called the post-election logic and accuracy test. And I want to, again, publicly thank both county party chairs and Heitland and Vicky Parks for their engagement and feedback throughout the primary season. And we had several party-appointed observers at polling locations at our central counting location that increased the transparency of the voting process, and the feedback was overall very positive from the observers as well. On election day, we timely opened all our polling locations and served 6,347 voters that casted their ballots in person. And again, I have to say this over and over because it is very much true that it's impossible to imagine the election day without the support of the entire county organization that has never missed a step in supporting our missions to serve the voters. And we had election day county workers, county staff serve as election day technicians, managing our voting equipment throughout the polling places, and had valuable support from the sheriff's office with a security plan, with the transportation plans at the end of the night for the ballots to come into Flagstaff to be counted. We had tremendous help from the county attorney with legal advice and guidance on our processes. Public Works and the facilities teams do an outstanding job at deploying 10 fully packed moving trucks and with equipment and gear to furnish and set up all our polling locations throughout. And their help and support is, again, there's no second to it. So, and I also want to say thanks to everyone in the county manager's office for their professional support and encouragement throughout this. Before I turn this over, I wanted to acknowledge like that with the deepest appreciation, the work of our elections team. And then in the face of a demanding profession that is highly scrutinized, as it should be, like the entire team has done an outstanding job at working together and serving and giving equality of access to voters across our beautiful county. So I want to just for the record say everybody's name: Wendy Casper Roberts, Holly Roth, Stan Pierce, Ray Dahl, Lindell Custodio, Margaret Panado, Augusta Gilwood, Todd Hare, and Denise Anderson. Like, you guys have been fantastic, and you've made all the long hours and the important work that we do be both fun and fulfilling. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, and I really appreciate that. I know there'll be some comments, but before we go there, I'd like to give an opportunity for Patty Hansen, our recorder, also to address the board. So good morning, Patty, and thank you also for joining us.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board and the staff that is here today and the public. I'm just going to touch on a few things that Election Director Musta may have mentioned, but I think you may find interesting. I'm kind of into statistics, and I like to look back historically, so I have some of that information. And two, I want to congratulate Election Director Musta and his team on such a successful primary election. I will say that on Monday night, for the first time in 35 years, I actually slept through the night. I didn't worry about, will poll workers show up? Will polling places open? It was very nice. And I did get to go home at 8:30 that night. So I know that Director Musta and his team put in long hours. So I appreciate the work you do. Okay, in regards to voter registration, in the primary, we had 92,688 registered voters. That's a new record for Coconino County. In 2020 general election, we had 90,966 registered voters. So we had an increase of 2,022 registered voters. So it seems like every year we're registering more and more people. And I think part of that too is, through the growth of our county, but also an increase in active engagement and interest in the election process. Let me see here. Sorry, have to bring up my notes here. As Election Director Musta said, the turnout for this election, if you go back and look at primaries back to 2000, it was the second highest turnout in regards to number of voters that voted. The highest was in 2020 primary, which was 31,874 voters compared to our 29,681. So I think since there were a lot of uncontested races on some of the party ballots, I think that was a good turnout. Of course, we always want it higher. It was also the third highest turnout when you look at percentage of voters that voted. So it didn't set records, but it came close. In your report, you have voter turnout by party registration. This is a report that's now required to be submitted to the Secretary of State's office for the state canvass. And as you can see, the Democrats, 41% of them turned out and voted in the primary. Republicans had a 42.88%, Libertarians 13.77%, and unaffiliated voters 12.09% turnout. It's not unusual to see those unaffiliated voters. Those are voters that are either select independent or they have no party indicated, or they're unrecognized party members such as the Green Party. Now, those unaffiliated voters that turned out in a primary, they do get to vote, but they have to tell the poll workers, our office for early voting, what party ballot they wanted. Of those unaffiliated voters that voted, 41.7% selected a Democratic ballot, 52.6% selected the Republican, and we have what's called a city town only ballot. And that's because you cannot force an unaffiliated voter to vote in a party primary. So we had 5.67% that selected the city town ballot. A method of voting, 78.24% of the voters cast their ballot by early voting. 21.38% went to the polling place. And then there was 112 provisional ballots. Most of those were also cast at polling places. A few were cast at the early voting sites. You also have an early voting report. You could see we issued 48,410 early ballots. And the reason it wasn't everybody on the active early voting list is those unaffiliated voters had to select what ballot they wanted. And since only 12% ended up voting, the number is lower. We're up closer to 68,000 registered voters on the active early voting list. Of those, we had were able to accept and count 23,222. We did have to reject 320 of those ballots, which is always makes us sad. But 20 of them, there was no signature on the envelope, so we couldn't process it. 22 was signed by somebody else. Most of those are in the household. We could tell you who signed the ballot or the envelope and probably voted the ballot, such as a spouse. Our parents seem to think they can vote for their children when they're away at college. So things like that. 12, the signatures were just totally different. We are required, and we do this, have been doing even before it was required. We try to reach those people, voters, and ask them about their signature. And so we make phone calls, we send emails, we send letters if we have time. So 12 people didn't get back to us. We had 7 people that had 2 early ballots. And this is because early voting starts 27 days prior to the election, and voter registration deadline is 29 days prior to the election. Those 2 days in between, we're still processing registration. So people that may have changed their party or may have moved will end up getting 2 ballots in the mail. Now we only count one of them. So even though they got 2 and returned 2, we only process one, and the correct one that they return. We did have 7 voters that mailed in their early ballot and then tried to vote at a polling place. And again, only one of those counted. When they go to the polling place and it indicates in the electronic poll book that they've already cast an early ballot, they vote a provisional ballot. So they didn't get 2 votes. 3 people returned their envelopes empty. I don't know why, but they did. And then 249 were received too late. We did have, of that 48,000 some ballots we mailed out, about 3,367 were returned by the post office as undeliverable. Okay, in regards to early ballots issued, 48% of the early ballots we issued were returned and we were able to count. Turnout by early ballot, as I mentioned, I think earlier, was 78%, and election day was 22%. In 2020 general election, the number or the percentage of voters that voted early was 83%. So we did see a decrease in the number of voters deciding to vote early. I don't know if that's because of the pandemic in 2020, or there seems to be some people that are not trusting early voting anymore. And I don't know if they just decided that they're not going to vote early anymore. So it was only a 5% decrease. And I think it shows 78% our voters like voting early and have embraced it. Of those early ballots returned, I thought you might find it interesting. The percent of people that voted in person at an early voting site was 2% of the early voters. 37.9% of our early voters returned their ballot in the ballot drop boxes. And we had 16 early ballot drop boxes again. And I think it shows that our voters like the convenience of the drop boxes. There's also a movement and misinformation out there that you can't trust ballots dropped off in an early drop box, but we pick those up regularly. They're monitored. And so 38% of our early voters trust them, and their ballots came back. On the Navajo Nation, we have drive-up drop-off locations, and not even 1% of the ballot or early voters return their ballot that way. We had 85 people. And we have UACAVA, which is overseas civilian absentee voting act voters. Those are military and civilians living overseas. They have the option of voting a secure, returning their ballot, receiving their ballot and returning it through a secure online portal. And so we had 61 voters do that, 47% returned by mail, and 7% returned their ballots at a polling place on election day. So you have the provisional ballot report in your packet. There was 222 provisionals issued. Only 48 points, almost 49% were counted and 51% were not. You can see the reasons why they were not counted, or the reasons they had to vote a provisional first for the count, the counted. Most of those were address changes. It was a little concerning that the second highest was polling place error. We couldn't figure out why they were made to vote a provisional, but it was only 33 votes, and those did get to be counted. Conditional voters are people that didn't have acceptable ID and have to come back and show ID. We only had 4 come back, and we counted those. Finally, and if you'll let me also take an opportunity to thank the Recorder's Office team and read into the record the names of our staff, regular employees, our temporary employees. Elections cannot be done without a team. And the county's very lucky that we have such a good team in the Recorder's Office. So I'd like to thank Donna Kasner, Sedona Stone, Ray Daw, Elta Foster, Alicia Henry, Augusta Gilwood, Beth Walden, Veronica Zacote, Gloria Kuniptawa, sorry, I have trouble with Hopi names, Charlene Slaughter, Colleen Yazzie, Vicky Yazzie, Fernita Bob, Sandria Valor, Annie Shepard, Lori Bowman, Nicole Zorn, Abby Buckman, and Amber Vitor. So they're a fantastic team. We're looking forward to the general election, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. This ends mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, both Esler and Patty, for your thorough report, and quite frankly, for and your team. You're right, it does take a team effort on this. And I really want to have a special thank you to the 300 election workers who came forward. You were right, election workers have been on the front line in this country, and yet they are also absolutely essential for our democracy. Voting and maintaining everyone's, every citizen's voting right is really what makes our democracy strong. And it's so wonderful to see the team here in Coconino County, Esler, your team, and Patty Hansen and your recorder in the recorder's office, continuing to keep our democracy strong here in Coconino County, and making sure, and with the very detailed report you provided, Patty, the importance of making sure that every individual who does vote and meets the requirements, that their vote in fact is counted. So I know that I really appreciate it. And Esler, I'm glad you made it easier for Patty Hansen to sleep over the election. That was very, very important. And it was really a team effort and a great effort for our community. So thank you so much. And thanks to our election workers who made this happen, and with really relatively little problems. And that's pretty good. Really appreciate it. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over for members of the board if they have questions or comments. And otherwise, we'll entertain a motion. So Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry about my technical difficulties. Fortunately, Lindsay was able to put me on the phone so I could hear most of this, although I didn't, I heard that Supervisor Vasquez conflicted out because he had an election. And if that's the case, I beg the question, this is under our purview as a power for sitting board members. He is a sitting board member. If we were conflicting out, we never would be able to take a vote on elections because that is within our purview. So, I would suggest that, Supervisor Vasquez come back. If there's any questions on the legal side, we can go to our attorney associated with that. And so that's one piece. While that might be, give it a moment for that. There's Yvonne. Yvonne?
And Matt, I had the same question as well, because during the 2024 election, we are all up for re-election. If we just remove ourselves from these, hearing the report and approving, which is our duty, then we will not be able to hear the canvas results or approve during the general election or primary and general election in 2024.
It looks like we do have the deputy county attorney, and I suggest we take the advice from the deputy county attorney. So Yvonne, good to see you.
Hi, good morning. I was just wondering if we could pop into an executive session really quickly before we discuss this in the open meeting.
Yes, we can. And is it, at this point, we can do that if you would like. Although at this point, I will point out that Supervisor Vasquez has in fact recused himself. And Supervisor Vasquez, I'm going to leave this to you. If you would like to change your recusal of yourself on this, then I would suggest we go into executive session.
I move that we go into executive session.
Madam Chair.
That. Yeah, I'd like to hear what they have to say.
Let me, may I second that?
Yes, you can, although we did want to ask, Supervisor Vasquez if he had anything he'd like to say, and it looks like he would also like to go in. So that sounds great. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor of executive session signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are going to go into executive session. And so I'm assuming that we're going to get a yes, county manager.
I was going to follow your sentence on what you were just about ready to state.
What I was going to say is I'm assuming that Lindsay's going to send us the link for the executive session. So we will leave this meeting. Everybody remember to leave this meeting and let's go into executive session. So it'll be just a moment, members of the public, and we'll be back. So thank you.
A reminder to members of the board to check their email for the link to the Microsoft Teams link. Thank you.
It's going to take me just a minute.
The link is available. Thanks, Lindsay.
All right. Steve, you're back. I'm back.
Essler's available to move.
Supervisor Fowler's back. Supervisor Ryan is back. We have lost Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Vasquez. I do not see Supervisor Begay or Vasquez yet.
Supervisor Vasquez is there. I think Lindsay got him. Yep, there he is.
You're still missing Supervisor Begay.
Good. All right. Can somebody reach out to Supervisor Begay and see if she's having technical difficulties?
I will do so, Chair. Thank you.
Did we lose Supervisor Begay?
Madam Chair, she is not responding right now. I've suggested that she call in if her Zoom is not working the second time, and I don't have a response at this time.
All right. I hate to lose one for the canvas since we were meeting an executive session to see if we could gain one. So now we've lost one. Does that put us even? What is this?
Good math, Chair.
All right. Well, members of the board, I feel badly about this, but if we cannot get a hold of her, maybe the county manager's trying one more time.
Madam Chair, I'm hesitant to call because I think if it's not working, she will call in.
Madam Chair, just a suggestion. There may be the possibility of moving the liquor license up since it's not in her district.
Yeah, it's in your district again. I would want to note that. So we're back in District 3 for our hearings on liquor licenses. So
I'm not able to reach her.
all right, then at this time, members of the board, because we've lost one of our board members and we were trying to get, if we could, all 5 votes on 15, I am going to request that we move to 16 and do that first in hopes that we can get Supervisor Begay back with us. Any objections to that? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move to item 16 in hopes we can get Supervisor Begay back. So members of the board, we are here now on we are going to hold off on the vote on 15. We are on to 16, consideration of possible action to approve resolution 2022-42, renaming the Copeland Forest Service Access Trail to the Pam-Foti Trail Forest Service Access Trail. And I hope we did not lose our participants. I know there were a number of people that are going to be part of this. And are they all with us? I see that Cynthia is. And I will note that we have a number of individuals here with us for this proclamation. And I will at this time turn this over to Cynthia to just kind of lay the groundwork on this and then have her introduce those individuals that hopefully are being made panelists. Cynthia Nemeth, Liz Krug, Ricky Conway, Lori Galvin, Howard Brown, Brian Blue, Ellen Parrish, Steve Monagran, Jean Marie Reich, and Marika Tanny. Hopefully they have been promoted to panelists.
Yes, Chair Horstman, looks like most of them have been elevated to panelist. We did lose a commissioner, Parks and Recreation Commissioner Ellen Parrish, who had another obligation to get to.
And thank you very much for waiting with us. I know this is very, very important for many of us that have had the great fortune of knowing and many of you working with Pam-Foti. This is a really important resolution to bring forward. So thank you for your patience. And with that, I'm going to turn this over, unless I hear from the county manager different, to Cynthia Nemeth, Parks and Recreation, to introduce this.
Please note, Chair, Supervisor Begay has joined the meeting.
Very good. Thank you.
Madam Chair, County Manager Peru is returning to his desk, and we would please invite Cynthia to begin.
Thank you, Chair Horstman, Deputy County Manager Brown, members of the board. It's our pleasure to be here today to recognize Pam-Foti for many reasons, and many reasons that you will hear about shortly as we read the resolution, whereby we will be changing the name of the Copeland Forest Service Access Trail to the Pam-Foti Forest Service Access Trail, which is in the Timberline neighborhood. The resolution will be read by her partner Lori, fellow colleagues and commissioners Brown, Blue, Reich, and Mongrain, and former student of Pam's, Ricky Conway, as well as Liz Krug, our Deputy County Manager, Deputy Parks and Recreation Director. And Pam has contributed to the Parks and Recreation industry in many significant ways. But I also want to recognize Pam as a mother who seamlessly incorporated her career, her love for the outdoors, and motherhood. For example, I just learned this yesterday. Thank you, Lori, and I hope you don't mind my sharing. But when her twin boys, Benjamin and Anders, were 10 days old, she took them out mushing. If you can imagine these little infants in their tiny little snow outfits mushing with Pam. At 3 years old, she took them camping on the Arizona Strip while she was doing work for the BLM monitoring on a monitoring project there. All this to show that Pam's dedication to her family, to her community, and her industry are just run very, very, very deep. And so with that, I'm going to begin reading the resolution, and my friends and colleagues will follow. So here I begin with resolution number 2022-42. A resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Coconino County, Arizona, approving the renaming of Copeland Forest Service Access Trail to the Pam-Foti Forest Service Access Trail. Lori, I think you're on mute. Lori, you're on mute.
We see you, Lori, but we can't hear you.
There we go.
There we go. Excellent.
Whereas Pam-Foti has been a 35-year resident of Coconino County, Arizona, and whereas Pam-Foti was a professor and former chair of the Department of Parks and Recreation with Northern Arizona University until she retired as emeritus professor in June 2018, and dedicated her education and 30-year career to the field of parks, recreation, and planning. And
whereas Pam-Foti's passion in research, the preservation of public lands, and love of the outdoors has influenced and contributed to the field of knowledge in recreation-based human impacts that benefited agencies such as the National Park Service, National Forest Service, and Bureau of Land Management, as well as private and nonprofit preserves. And
whereas from February 2006 through February 2022, Pam-Foti served Coconino County as District 2 Parks and Recreation Commissioner, making recommendations to the Parks and Recreation Department and the Board of Supervisors on matters related to parks, open space, trails, and recreation.
And whereas Pam-Foti's dedication to parks, open space, trails, and recreation extends beyond her service to Coconino County, having served as the president of the Arizona Parks and Recreation Association, member of the Arizona State Parks and Recreation Commission, Friends of Flagstaff National Monuments, and board member of American Conservation Experience. And
whereas Pam-Foti is highly regarded by the many students she taught, mentored, and guided onto professional careers, such as myself, in the parks and recreation industry as well-seasoned industry professionals throughout the state and country. And
whereas renaming the Copeland Forest Service Access Trail to the Pam-Foti Forest Service Access Trail is one small yet meaningful way to recognize and honor a well-known and highly regarded educator, avid recreationist, and community contributor.
Now therefore be it resolved, in consideration of the Board of Supervisors' authority to name county-owned trails, the board hereby approves the renaming of the Copeland Forest Service Access Trail as described herein, passed and adopted this 16th day of August, 2022.
And thank you all. And I know that so many people here from Parks and Rec and from our Parks and Recreation Commission, and of course, Lori joining us. Thank you so much for being here and reading this important resolution, and really honor for Pam-Foti, but it's really been our great honor to have had her such an active and vibrant part of our community, both as a professor and former chair professor and former chair at the Department of Parks and Recreation in Northern Arizona, but also her service to the Parks and Recreation Commission. She really exemplifies what community service stands for, and really appreciate all that she has done and given to us here and helped make our community an even better place. So we so appreciate that. And what a great resolution, what a great recognition of Pam. Any other comments and questions from members of our board on this? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I wanted to hear from all the commissioners and staff, but you know, they're going to outline all the special elements and just the neat traits that Pam brings, as well as her experience. The one that I'll point out, though, is that she's just a regular person, just a down-to-earth, nice person. And so I want to, they're going to say many things on top of that. But Pam, this is really exciting, and appreciate all the work that you have done for us as well.
Absolutely. So any other comments from the board, or otherwise we'll turn this over to Parks and Rec and those that are joining us here and see if they have any other comments they'd like to make.
Chair Horstman, I would just add that on Friday we are having the formal dedication at Peaksview Park at 10:30, and so hopefully those on this call can join us for that. It'll be a short dedication, but we're very much looking forward to seeing Pam there and kind of celebrating her in person.
Thank you. Yes, we're looking forward to it too, Cynthia. So thank you. Any other comments from Parks and Rec, from members of our commission? Any other comments from the staff on this wonderful resolution for Pam-Foti? Feel free to speak up. Steve, did you? No?
Yes, I did. Certainly, Madam Chair, and to the board and to everyone, Pam and Pam's family. Well deserved. Pam has been a champion for all things Parks and Recreation for her entire career. And so it is such a fitting honor for the board to take this action. But, you know, I do want to express our thanks to Pam and many citizen volunteers that are on all of our boards and commissions.
Yep.
They do a lot for everyone. And so really do appreciate Pam, Parks and Recreation, and all of our citizen committees that help us do people's work. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I just want to appreciate Pam and just really, you know, being a volunteer in the community, really, that really is meaningful. And it's a difficult job to do. It is your own decision. You're putting yourself out there and with your expertise and helping the community out. So I just want to thank her, and then also having the ability to work with the community as well as the staff. I think that is a great trait to bring to a project, and it sounds like that's what she's done, because I don't know her, but I just want to appreciate all volunteers. It is a big commitment to do so, to take a portion of your time and to be able to give it back to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments from members of the board? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, I just want to follow up with what Supervisor Fowler said and just say thank you for so much service. Obviously, she was a great volunteer to have this trailhead named after her. So that just a testament to her work, and all the staff that are here, you know, on her behalf is again testament to her work. And so just grateful to have a volunteer such as her on helping out our Parks and Rec department, and look forward to the event on Friday. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other comments from Ricky Conway?
I just want to say I met Pam as a 21, 22-year-old going to NAU, transferring from elementary ed and wanting to get into Parks and Rec management. And she set me on the best path possible, got me into the program, got me a full head of steam to graduate on time. And then when I came to the county in 2011 and she was one of the commissioners, it was just, I was so appreciative seeing her and working with her again, and seeing her on Saturday at the park renaming, the Liz Archuleta Park. It's always a great seeing Pam, and one of my first staff was her son Anders, coming to help me do programs. So it's really, she meant a lot to me, or she means a lot to me, and she's meant a lot to my career. And I just really appreciate Pam, and I'm glad that we're able to do this for her and for the community.
Thank you, Ricky. Any other comments from members of the community that are on with us here or members of the board? And if not, now is the time for us to take action to approve Resolution 2024-42, renaming the Copeland Forest Service Access Road to the Pam-Foti Trail Forest Service Access Trail. Do I have a motion for members of the board?
A motion.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I wanted to defer to Geronimo since it's in District 2, and I'll
Vice
second.
Chair Vasquez made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second from Supervisor Ryan. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of renaming the Copeland Forest Service Access Trail to the Pam-Foti Trail Forest Service Access Trail, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. It is unanimous, and we really look forward to joining on Friday for a special celebration. Lori, hoping to see you, Pam, and the boys. And
well, I'll be there, and I want to thank you so much for honoring Pam.
All right, thank you, Lori. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad that everybody waited. That was good. So, that'll be a nice event on Friday. So members of the board, we did move forward because we had lost one of our members. Judy Begay is back with us. And so we are now a full board, and we have before us discussion, consideration, and possible action to canvass the August 2nd primary election results. We did have an executive session on this. We did receive advice from legal counsel on this. And before we move forward on a motion or comments, I'm going to at this time turn this over to Vice Chair Vasquez if he has a comment to make.
Yes, thank you. Based on legal advice and a better understanding of what we're about to embark in canvassing the election, I would like to remove my recusal and participate in the vote moving forward. Thank you.
Very good. We note that for the record, Vice Chair Vasquez. Members of the board, before we consider a motion, are there any other comments or questions other board members may have with regards to item 15?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, because we went into the executive session and we had the presentation by staff. This is a unique. It's the first time we've had the opportunity to use the new polling places as the precincts were split out. And I was just going to ask staff, how well did it work? Were there any challenges that arose associated with this?
You're on mute, Esler.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, everything on election day went very well and very smoothly. We had, like I mentioned earlier, we had a pretty healthy turnout at the polling places with 6,341 people voting in person at polling locations and vote centers, and we had like all our polling locations, like there weren't any like issues in terms of voters having the right information and casting their ballot for the precincts that they were assigned. So.
Thank you, Esler. Any other questions, comments, Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, and Patty, you had to deal with that too. How did it go in your office with these various areas?
It went very well. The sample ballots were sent out, and there's always some confusion where people go back to an old polling place, and those are the people that may have not have voted for the past 2 or 4 elections. So, but no, I think it went very smoothly.
And no problem with the ballots?
No.
Okay.
None at all. Thank you.
All right. And as noted by you, Madam Chair, as part of our duties are to canvass, make sure everything ran well. Noting that we are separate from it, but we get the report from staff and how it was conducted, and have support from our staff on everything that happened here. And so, I'm glad we did that. I think they did a thorough job in the elections. There was a note of acknowledging participation by the recognized parties in reviewing the ballots, and so that's a piece I needed to hear before we need to make our decisions. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Esler and your staff. Thank you, Patty and your staff, and then back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Patty, our county recorder, and Esler and the staff that they have recognized, and others that have been, once again, this is a community effort. We have poll workers from the community, as well as our own county employees that do go out, and they do go and vote. Like when I voted at my Tuba City precinct, it was really good to see staff from the county that are there participating, as well as community members. So it's a really great place to be able to, greet others that you have not seen in a while, especially when we're all haven't been together in a long time because of the pandemic. And then it was really, really good also to participate in the Navajo Nation election, because that's where all of the, I have to tell you, I had the best fry bread. It was so good. and stew, and just to be able to see my relatives and community members that I have not seen in a while, and to be actually sit down and eat with them, that was so good. So elections on Navajo Nation Election Day is a really special day. It's a socialization day. You can't just go in and come right back out. Well, you do to vote, but you hang out outside. It's a really good time to do that. And I really like how how you all conduct the elections on Navajo Nation, just particularly right now, focusing on Navajo, because you do have this county election, state, federal in one section of the building, and the other side is the Navajo Nation election. That is partnership, and that's the way that the elections are conducted. And then off Navajo, all of the it's the same, being able to see people, just to say hi. It's really, really good. So I just want to thank you again, and I want to thank all our county employees who have volunteered, and our county management, to be able to allow that to happen, to really be committed to making sure that elections are conducted. And then right now, the staff are out there. I know Ray Daw is presenting to the community, telling them about elections, how to register to vote, and where to register to vote. What does it mean to have an early ballot? What does that mean? Early vote, and what to do with your ballot when you get it. Those are little details with all the confusion that is out there in the news and in every form that you can think of. I think elections is such a time that we have to really commit ourselves to, as our board chair has said, and we just and you make that happen. And I want to make sure that we thank you, and I think I'm really happy to hear that it went smoothly, because I was a bit worried just because of just the news that was out there, and a lot of confusion that is being created. So I want to thank you for your commitment, and to our residents and to our voters, and just the partnership that you all create. That is a huge commitment. Can't do it by yourself. So just want to thank you. And I did wonder how this splitting of the recorder and elections was going to go, and just really and it's going smoothly. I know it's because you two are committed to each other, and your staff are as well. So Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fuller. Any other
Madam Chair?
comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I too would like to reiterate what my colleagues have said about the elections, and certainly it is a partnership, and the more we do and getting our people educated out there, the more the people would turn out. So it's everyone's responsibility, and I just want to thank the staff, everyone that was involved, all the way down to the local, people that really have helped us, make this happen. So I just want to say that, all the education that was done, and it's working, and the more and more we do that, that would be great. So, but I just want to say thank you like everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. With that, unless there is any other comments at this time, I would entertain a motion for us to take action to canvass the August 2nd primary election results. Do I have a motion?
I move that we canvass and approve the election results.
We have a motion from Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay to canvass and approve the August 2nd primary election results. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous and there have been no abstentions. So we pass number 15. And again, thank you, Esler and Patty and your staff and those wonderful poll workers for all of their help in getting this done and accomplishing a very successful primary election. Really appreciate your help. All right, so we are moving on. We are now down to public hearing number 17. And we have a lot to do and we're way behind. So I am going to go ahead and start the public hearing on this. Let me read this first. Public hearing consideration and possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding an application number 201588 for a series 010 beer and wine store liquor license for Don Holes Cabins. Agent is Lauren Merritt, located at 9440 North State Route 89A in Sedona, Arizona. This is in District 3. And I am going to turn this over first to our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, who will present on this item. Lindsay.
Hey, Chair Horstman. As you said, this is a Series 10 beer and wine store liquor license application for Don Holes Cabins. The agent is Lauren Merritt, and the location of the facility is 9440 North State Route 89A in Sedona, which is also in Supervisor District 3's district. They currently are working under an interim permit as this process is taking place. And the application was submitted to the Sheriff's Office, the Risk Manager, Community Development Department, and Health and Human Services Department for review. They do not have any concerns regarding the application. The hearing notice was also posted at the application for 20 days, and we have not received any comments or concerns from the community at this time. The agent was going to try to be here, but she is traveling in Canada with very limited reception, so she is not here today. The board itself does not issue the license, but makes its recommendation based on its knowledge of the area and needs and desires of the community. Thank you. Oh, you're muted, Chair.
Now I'm doing it. The application, in fact, did meet the requirements and requirements of our policies and laws, and there have been no objections. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Very good. So at this point, I'm going to open up, let me pause.
Go ahead.
Unless there are questions from members of the board or comments, I will open this up for the public hearing, at which point we will get those comments, close the public hearing, and you, the board, will also have an opportunity to ask further questions. But any questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, then we are going to move ahead and we're going to open the public hearing. Again, this is for possible recommendation of approval from the Board of Supervisors to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and control with regards to a Series 010 beer and wine store liquor license for Don Hole's Cabins. And at this time, I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly, our clerk, to let members of the public know how they can join this public hearing. Lindsay.
Thank you. At this time, if you would like to provide a comment on this public hearing regarding this liquor license application, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover, and it looks like a hand. Again, it says raise hand and looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Any
And at
comments?
this time, not at this time, Chair, there are no hands raised.
All right, thank you so much, Lindsay. Final call, members of the public, if you want to be heard on this public hearing.
No hands raised.
Very good. Thank you, Lindsay Daly. Then at this point, I am closing the public hearing. Members of the board, it is now before us, and I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Ryan for any comments or questions he may have.
Madam Chair, just quick comments. This is a part of element of this is transfer and ownership as well. The interim permit that was obtained associated with it. This has continued to function well. As you could see, staff has done a review, and Madam Chair, I'm willing to make a motion.
Very good. If there are no other comments, Supervisor Ryan, please, it's up to you to make the motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve or recommend for approval to the Arizona Liquor and Licenses and Control the application 2001-588. That's 201588. Just correcting how I expressed that for a series 010 or a series 10 beer and wine liquor store liquor license for Don Hole's Cabins. That's my motion, Madam Chair.
Very good. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous.
Aye.
All right, thank you. It is unanimous, and the recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License will be made to Don Hole's Cabins, and congratulations and all the best to you as you move forward with that. So we are now, we have a number of items, and it is 12:08 and we have a full afternoon. So I'm going to turn this over to the county manager and see if he has any suggestions.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Forward, I think we should at least take a 5-minute break. So,
Well, what I was going to suggest is the items under roundtable 18, 19, 20, and 21 are all routine items that we can present if time provides at the end of today's agenda. Because the agenda items after the lunch hour are timed, we have individuals coming for those specific items. And so I would suggest, Madam Chair, that we would push items 18, 19, 20, and 21 to the end of the agenda as time permits, because I know that we are already slated to end today's meeting at 4:45. And so we may need to just identify what's the most pertinent item off the roundtable that we want to report out on and in the interest of time. So that'd be my suggestion.
Members of the board, with that being said, and given our long afternoon board meeting, I think it's probably appropriate we do take a break unless there's a major objection from a board member. I'm going to suggest we do, and we hold off on 18, 19, 20, 21 until the end of our board meeting. And if we have time, if not, we'll just continue it over for our next board meeting. So any objection? Seeing none at this point, let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll be back here at 1:15. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Let's see here. Looks like we have Vice Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Fowler. Looks like we may be missing Matt and Judy.
That is correct.
We do have a quorum, but let's give it a few more minutes. Some beautiful clouds outside right now. Well, I know we have a lot going on. I just texted Matt and let's see here if we can get a hold of Judy. I texted him. I have not heard back from Matt or Judy. Has anybody heard from either one of them?
No, Madam Chair.
I'll give it another minute and then we'll just go ahead and start and they'll kind of come on here when they get with us.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
for the next topic, Andy Bertelson will be introducing it.
All right. All right, members of the board, it is 1:17. I see that returning, at least right now, are Supervisor Fowler, Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez, myself, Patrice Horseman. Hopefully, we will get Matt Ryan and Judy Begay, Supervisor Begay, back with us. But right now, we do have a quorum.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I apologize for the interruption. Supervisor Ryan is coming on right now.
Oh, good. Then we'll give it a second.
Wait just a moment. He should be able to show up.
All right, thank you.
There he is.
There he is. He's back. All right, so I think we do have 4 of the 5 supervisors and hopefully Supervisor Begay will be back on here soon. But I know we have a very jam-packed afternoon, and it is, we've asked people to be here present, and so we want to start going forward. So it is now about 1:20, and we have a presentation, discussion, and possible direction on the draft of Fort Hill County Park Land Management Plan. And I know we did receive a copy of the land management plan from Cynthia Nemeth, our Parks and Recreation Director, a while ago. And I know now is the time for part one of a three-part series on Fort Hill County Park Management Plan. And the county manager asked me to start by turning this all over to Andy Bertelson. So I'm going to turn this over to him first.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. And I will not take much of Cynthia or Jessica's time. Just wanted to kick off the item, and we had noted a potential three-part series. We hope to be able to get this done in two. That said, a land management plan versus a master plan is this land management plan gets into the nitty-gritty a little bit. And so we will talk about some details as we cover, I think, the first three chapters today. And so just wanted to give staff time with the Board of Supervisors to talk about that land management plan for Fort Hill County Park. These are conversations that began internally in early 2020, and wanted to take the opportunity. It has been discussed with the Parks and Rec Commission. So with that, Cynthia, I won't take any more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, and Chair Horstman, members of the board. It's our pleasure to be here this afternoon. Jessica Simmons is our urban wildlife planner. If you did not know, this is a shared position with community development. This is the county being very resourceful and creative with a unique talent that Jessica brings to the county. And as Assistant or Deputy County Manager Bertelson noted, we've been working on this land management plan. What we're looking from you today is to see if we're missing anything. We're going to present to you. We've worked hard. Jessica's worked very, very hard on this. The commission has provided some very thoughtful comments. Staff has provided thoughtful comment. And so we are sharing with you a very final draft that will then go to the public. So what we want to educate you, want you to know what it contains. And if there are anything that is missing, this is the time for us to hear from you. So with that, I'm just going to toss it right over to you, Jessica. And I do want to acknowledge that Jessica has done the majority of this work. And she, as you will see, has done a fabulous job at putting this draft management plan together. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Well, thank you, Cynthia and Andy. Hello, supervisors and everybody else who's on this call. Yeah, I'm going to just show you this document we've put together. Like Andy said, we've been working on this for a couple of years now, but I'll get into that in my presentation, which I will pull up. Is that presentation showing properly?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, yeah, I'm going to present to you guys. We're going to show you this Fort Hill draft land management plan that we've been working on. And get this out of my way here. All right. So today's going to be part one. The management plan has 5 chapters. So today there's a lot of material to go over. So today we're going to go over chapters 1 through 3, and then the next week we'll look at chapters 4 and 5. And can I advance my slides? Yes, I can. Okay, so just to recap, Andy kind of went over this a little bit, but we started working on this 2 years ago. We've had a lot of internal discussions within Parks and Rec, and also about, we made a list of important issues that we wanted to touch on. We created an outline of the plan, which we vetted with the Parks and Rec Commission. And then that was in October of 2021. And then over the winter and spring of 2021 to 2022, this year, we put together this draft of the plan. So we had a lot of input before we actually started writing the plan. And then this summer, just a couple of months ago, we presented this draft plan to the Parks and Rec Commission, and we got lot of great discussion, a lot of really good comments from them, which have been implemented into this version that you guys have, and that we'll be talking about today. And then in the process right now, we are presenting to you the first of 2, maybe 3 presentations. We're going to, like I said, go over chapters 1 through 3 today. And then next week will be chapters 4 and 5 with a possible 3rd presentation after that, if we decide it's necessary. So first I wanted to talk about, Andy touched on this a little bit, but a master plan versus a management plan. So a master plan, Fort Tuthill does have a master plan in place. A master plan is, we can call it the 10,000-foot view. It's a broad vision for the park. It talks about what is important for the park, what is our vision for the park, what part within the community and within the region do we see this park playing, what types of services do we want the park to provide for the community and the region and the state. So this, however, is a management plan. So this is the nitty-gritty. It has specific goals and management actions. It gets into really specific things that we want to manage in the park and then how we're going to do that. So yeah, this is what we've written, and we just want to, I'm just going to present to you what's in the plan, and I'm just going to move through it. Feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions or comments, but we'll have a time at the end reserved for your questions and comments as well. So we're just going to move ahead. We're going to start with chapter 1. Like I said, we're going to do chapters 1 through 3. So here's chapter 1. It's the introduction. The text in the chapter, we describe the park, the size, location, a little bit about the history of the park, the types of activities we do on the park, and visitation, the type of community we serve. And then another thing we go into in this chapter is the planning context. So why are we doing this plan? What are other plans that are relevant to the park and to this plan? And what's the purpose of the plan? So we're going to go into, for example, you're all familiar with Fort Tuthill. There are hardscape developed portions of the park and then open natural spaces. So how do we balance those two things? So that's pretty much chapter 1. Something we're going to really talk about a lot during these presentations is goals that we have for the park. Chapter 1 didn't really have any goals. So it was the introduction. So now we're going to move to chapter 2. Here's an outline of chapter 2. These are the chapters we have. These are the sections we have. So there's a vegetation section, which includes forest, weed control, and pollinators. Then second, we have a wildlife section, then water, dark skies, and then scenic and aesthetic values. And my chickens are being very loud in the background. Hopefully that's not too distracting. Before I continue on with all the chapters, I just want to show you guys this map that our wonderful GIS department put together. This is an open space map. So here in the blue striped areas, you can see the areas of the park that we have said are open space areas, as opposed to the non-blue striped areas are we're calling the developed areas. So that's something that's going to come up a lot in the discussion of how we're going to manage the park, open space versus developed areas. So when I mention that later, here's a map that shows where those two areas are that I'm talking about. So for example, the fairgrounds, the historic quad, those are developed areas. The campground, the parking lots, those are all under developed areas. So just to give you a little bit of context there. Excuse me. Okay, so the first section of the natural environment section, which is chapter 2, we talk about the ponderosa pine forest, forest health, and the effects of fire and hazard trees. So the goals we have in this chapter, so a lot of what this whole plan really, all the discussion, it comes down to these goals. So these are what we really want to pay attention to. So the goals we have in the forest section are to introduce prescribed fire to the open spaces, promote wildlife benefits with trees by retaining horizontal and vertical edges, canopy openings, and promoting heterogeneity. So for example, dense forest stands, more open forest stands, and then meadows and open areas. Protect trees from damage due to events, construction, and other developments that might happen on the park. Manage the forest to favor a mixed age forest of ponderosa oak and juniper and try to include old growth in that. To develop forest health educational opportunities through partnerships within the region and to monitor forest conditions to track forest health. So that's the forest section. Next is the weed control section. In the text in this section, we talk about the types of invasive weeds that are an issue at Fort Tuthill, specific areas on the park that have been problem areas, and then the different kinds of treatment options that are available for weeds. And our weed goals are to maintain or decrease areas that are currently infested, to continue chemical and physical control of diffuse snapweed annually, and to, if we notice any new infestations, to really aggressively get on those before they can spread and get established. And to develop a systemized weed monitoring and treatment program for every 2 years at all the other areas. Sometimes you can't eliminate a weed infestation, but you can control it. So that's the weed section. A really cool section that we have in this plan, I think, something that's kind of innovative, is we have a pollinator section. Pollinators are really important to our environment and to our livelihood. And so we have a section on seeing what we can do at Fort Tuthill to help and promote pollinators and pollinator habitat. So in the text in this section, we talk about how important pollinators are and that they're threatened due to climate change and other impacts. And our goals for pollinators are to develop a policy that prohibits park users from removing existing vegetation in natural areas, to create a park rule and policy that provides guidance about mowing. So in a lot of parks, especially hardscape parks, you have mowing of vegetation for aesthetic reasons. So we're going to really try to avoid that whenever possible. Although we do want to have mowing in certain areas for fire danger, of course, especially where there might be vehicles. So we're going to have a policy about mowing and minimizing that to the extent possible. Another goal will be to manage open space areas at Fort Tuthill for pollinator habitat by encouraging native plants, and again, not mowing unless necessary. And to post a sign to inform park visitors about what we're doing. If people just walk by an unmowed area, they might not notice anything different. So we want to let people know that pollinator is important and that we're trying to do our part at Fort Tuthill. The next section is wildlife. So in that section, we talk about the species of wildlife that occur in Fort Tuthill, and we have an appendix with a full wildlife list that occur at the park. We talk about wildlife linkages, which have been defined in a county-wide study by a bunch of different departments and Arizona Game and Fish and other partners. And then we talk about potential threats to the listed species. And then the wildlife goals, which are listed in this section, are to provide, so what the broad goal is to provide habitat and ecological processes necessary for the life cycle of these local native species that we want to keep keeping around. And to do that, we want to maintain open space in the park in as natural a state as possible. So that's that open space area I showed you the map of earlier. We want to provide and retain important habitat elements such as snags, trees with defects and cavities, downwood, and pollinator habitat. And then we're also pursuing placing a wildlife drinker somewhere around the park as well. We want to not cut trees or remove vegetation during the nesting season so that we don't destroy any bird nests. We want to work with partners to enhance habitat values at the park, including brush piles and downwood for small mammals and other small animals, additional plantings of native species, and for example, bushes that have berries. Those are great for birds and other animals. We want to limit manicured and mowed areas. Again, that's kind of a goal we already discussed, to provide forage and cover for wildlife, and to explore ways to provide wildlife waters. Additional wildlife goals are to provide both guided and unguided opportunities for public watchable wildlife opportunities. Some of you may have heard of the Arizona Watchable Wildlife Experience. They have 30 watchable wildlife sites within 30 miles of Flagstaff, and Fort Tuthill is one of those. So we definitely want to keep that up and make it a cool place where people can come, both locals and visitors, to come see wildlife at Fort Tuthill. And a way we can promote that is to hold public wildlife viewing events and by installing interpretive signage in the park. And our last wildlife goal is to retrofit existing fencing to make it wildlife friendly. This is your typical barbed wire fence. If large mammals try to jump over that, they can sometimes get their legs entangled. And you can have barbed wire fence, but if you just space the wires at certain spacings, they can make it so that it doesn't entangle wildlife. So if there is any non-wildlife friendly fencing at the park, we want to retrofit that by moving the wires around. The next section is the water section. In the text, we talk about which watersheds are in Fort Tuthill. There's more than one. It's actually the divider between the Rio de Flag watershed going to the north and the Oak Creek watershed flowing to the south. Runs right through the park, so it's kind of interesting. We talk about flood-prone areas, potable water use and surface water pollution, and then water conservation. So our goals related to water are to address slope and drainage patterns with parking lot improvements, continue to not use potable water for dust mitigation on the park, to work with the City of Flagstaff to access reclaimed water. We don't have reclaimed water running to the park now, but we'd like to make that happen in the future. To create a demonstration water harvesting and native plant garden right at the office where the public can see that and maybe see how to use that at their own home and learn about that kind of thing. To limit or ban additions of new turf grass at Fort Tuthill. To work with partners to reline the horse water ponds to prevent leaking, and to continue to implement the sustainable water management plan to reduce the use of potable water. That's a really cool program that's been going on at the park. The next section is the dark skies section. We love our dark skies here in Flagstaff and in Coconino County. We discuss in this section the local history of how Flagstaff is an international dark sky city. We talk about event lighting. We have big events at Fort Tuthill Park. Partner lighting, so other partners who use the park as well and have their own events. And then temporary lighting permits under the lighting ordinance. Our dark sky goals are to continue to work with city and county lighting enforcement to comply with the lighting ordinance, to retrofit any legal non-conforming lighting that doesn't comply with the lighting ordinance currently. So any lighting that right now at Tuthill that does not conform with the lighting ordinance has been grandfathered in, but we did meet with the lighting enforcement expert and he came to the park and he drove around at night and he met with park personnel and gave us a list of how to bring the park into compliance of the lighting ordinance. So that'll be a cool thing. So we have a plan for that. And then our last goal is that any new lighting installed will, of course, comply with the lighting ordinance. And then the last section in the natural environment section, chapter 2, is scenic and aesthetic values. So when people come into Fort Tuthill, we want them to experience the local natural beauty of the Flagstaff area and Coconino County. So we talk about how we want any developments and anything we build and construct on the park to blend with the natural environment and go with those aesthetics. And we want to use natural materials such as local wood and rock. And we want it to also, Fort Tuthill, besides, we're talking about the natural environment right now, but it also has a rich history as well. So we want it to blend with that really interesting natural and historic aesthetic we have going on at the park. So goals related to that are to develop materials and color palettes, just like a design review ordinance would have. To maintain natural park boundaries. For example, if something is going on at the border of the park, we don't want a cement wall or something, a really harsh transit, that's not a transition going on right at our boundaries. And then if anything new is constructed, we want park personnel to review it and look at how it looks and its design to ensure the appearance. So that's the end of chapter 2. We've gone over 1 and 2. That was the natural environment section. And the third and final chapter I'm going to present to you guys today is the cultural resources. So here's an outline of what is in this chapter, just to orient yourself. There's the prehistory and early history. Then we're going to talk about the National Guard, the military history of Fort Tuthill. And then we'll talk about when it came into Coconino County ownership. And then we'll talk about cultural resource management at the park and unexploded ordnance. So let's dive in. So the cultural resources section, the goals are we want to protect historic resources on the park from damage. And then whenever possible, we want to avoid adverse impacts from any projects that we do as a county on these cultural resources. And if an impact cannot be avoided, we want to minimize and or mitigate the effects of those impacts on any resources that we have on the park. And we definitely want to ensure the county's compliance with all historic preservation laws and regulations with the Arizona Antiquities Act and continue to contact and work with the State Historic Preservation Office. And then our last goal is to install interpretive signs on historic quad describing the original uses of the building. We've all been to the historic quad there, and there are those old original buildings, which are really cool. And they have signs that say a title of the building, for example, mess hall, but we think it'd be really cool to put in a little more detail on some interpretive signs there. We want to establish a schedule of routine and preventive maintenance on the historic buildings. We want to replace water and sewer lines around the historic quad. Those are at the end of their life. Another goal is to retrofit some historic buildings for year-round use, to draft official rules and regulations regarding the treatment and use of historic structures and artifacts, such as not allowing digging, not allowing metal detecting, to disallow modifying shooting berms or any other historic structures. And then we want to work with the on-site military museum to convert the roofs of the museum buildings to reflect the diamond-shaped shingles and clay tiles that were in the original design. So that's chapters 1 through 3. I gave you an overview of what we discuss in those chapters, the kind of information we're giving as background, and then we went over in detail the specific goals we have. So at this point, does anyone have any questions or comments? For example, anything you think we should have touched upon?
Any comments or questions from members of the board? I think it looks good and a great overview.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I couldn't find my whatever they're called, those buttons. Yeah.
We're glad you found whatever it's called. So Supervisor Ryan, please, you have some comments or questions.
Actually, excellent presentation. You know, I really like the fact that you're really embracing opportunities and what we can do. Just a few different pieces of just suggestions associated with it. Love the interpretive. I think we can continue to do that. You might want to use the chance that because we sit on 2 different watersheds right there to do an interpretive associated with it. The turf grass, I know that everybody wants to become, you know, I'm going to be there right away and I'm going to fix everything. My suggestion is be cautious. We need to restrict it, but to ban it, sometimes turf is just the right thing. And the intent is not to, we don't want consumptive uses. We don't want to use it as a dominant landscape potential, but future uses could be Parks and Rec situation. If we could have great, it would be great with artificial turf, but sometimes that doesn't accommodate that particular aspect. So let's be restrictive, logical, but not so restrictive that we inhibit function. And so just a thought on that. Let's see. Shooting berms, similar concept, like the historical concept, but we might have better Parks and Rec opportunities associated with it. If we make it too rigid, let's be cautious. I understand the intent of the historical component and or the ordinance element associated with that. And I like the idea, but again, similar discussion. Don't get to a point that we inhibit ourselves for what our opportunities are to blend the whole vision that you're putting together. Maintain natural boundaries along the borders. I think it's very practicable. However, because we are open space, this goes along with the concept of when we were relocating the maintenance barn and or the adjacent properties, we could have heavy duty commercial use right up to our boundary on the city piece. There may be a need for a wall rather than we'll have it natural on one side, but then you have that, you know, heavy commercial use. And but desired intent, overall objective, absolutely associated with that. I really like what you're putting together, and I'm pretty excited about this so far. So a lot of thought went into it, and there are a lot of ideas that have been stewing for years that are blended in here, which is wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jessica.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And I just wanted to reiterate that a lot of the points you brought up will be probably discussed. Some of them may be discussed more in detail next week when we talk about chapters 4 and 5. Chapter 4 is the public use of facilities chapter. So we are going to, like some of the things you mentioned, like the natural boundaries and the interpretive science, we're going to talk about more next week.
All right, thank you. And I have a couple comments too. First of all, thank you. I think it's a very excellent overview on this, and it really enjoyed taking a look at the management plan that was provided to us earlier. And I want to say I really like the cultural resource goals and the history. And I'm glad you're going to, because it's amazing that history that took place there. And I'm glad you're going to incorporate a lot of that in into the park. So I want to let you know, I look forward to seeing that. You know, it's really incredible, some of the history that took place there. So thank you. And then I will also say that I know this is probably going to be discussed later. And I know that this is a master plan, or I'm sorry, a management plan, not a master plan. But I also think, and I assume you're going to be talking about how the hospital moving out there is going to be a part of this and is going to affect the management plan and kind of affect, which is why one of the reasons I think it's really important to do the management plan, because of the changes that are going to go on out there. So I think it's important to get this in place. But it also is going to affect how the management plan is being presented now. So I'm assuming, Jessica, that's going to be coming as we move forward. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct. And that's an excellent point. Chapter 5, which we'll talk about next week, is a kind of future and long range planning. And we definitely specifically talk about the hospital. And just so everybody knows, we as a department and as a county, I'm sure you know, have submitted comments about that hospital proposal. Yes. And a lot of them, you know, we as Parks and Rec have, of course, put in a lot of comments specific to integrating, you know, the challenges between having this natural area at Fort Tuthill immediately adjacent to this hospital complex. So we've thought about that a lot, and we will talk about it next week. But great point.
Thank you. And again, excellent overview. And I know this has taken a tremendous amount of your time and attention, and really appreciate it. Fort Tuthill is truly a treasure here in the county, and it's really nice that we're giving it some attention and some overview here from the board. So thank you.
Thank you.
Others?
Sure, I'll make some comments.
Vice Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very, very thorough, and again, really interesting to see the difference between the 10,000 foot view and the more nitty gritty view. And so really appreciated that. And I too, I'm curious to see how the hospital moving into this area is going to impact the plan. And so I'm looking forward to that presentation next week. So, but overall for this presentation, good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Any other comments? So I know this is just one of 3, and so hopefully there may be some other comments developed as we go forward on this. And at this time, I think you were wanting just for discussion only. Is that a true statement?
As opposed to, oh, go ahead, Cynthia.
Yeah, just wanting to share with you what we put together, what the Parks and Recreation Commission has also provided input, and just to make sure that we're not missing anything in terms of these goals from your perspective, because ultimately this will then go to the public. We'll gather input from our stakeholders, from our public, our partners, and then it'll come back to you for approval. So yeah, what we're hoping to hear from you is basically very much what we have heard from Supervisor Ryan and you, Chair Horstman. What are those things that you want to make sure are in here? Are we missing anything? And do we need to, make sure that we're less restrictive or more forceful in our language? So.
And the other last comment that I would just make is that, and I know it's coming, oh, sorry, it is that, I do think this is an incredible asset and really a gem here in Coconino County. And when we talk about vendors and when we talk about use and rental of some of the spaces and hopefully we will also take a look at not undervaluing this incredibly great asset. So I know that's going to be a discussion as we move forward too.
And what I can say too is this has actually gone a lot faster than we anticipated. We're basing our time on the amount of time we spent with our Parks and Rec commissioners. And so I do think that it'll be a two-session discussion, and that time that we already have scheduled in September, we'll talk to county management and the clerk of the board to see if that might not be a good time to present the concessionaire discussion.
I look forward to that. Any comments that you want to let us know about in terms of the Parks and Rec Commission and their comments on this or their input?
It was already incorporated. And what I can say, and Jessica, please chime in, they were incredibly thoughtful. They really filled in a lot of blanks. They brought up ideas and goals that made perfect sense. And they really provided, they made it a more robust document, really.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
And they were just very thoughtful. They took the time to read it. And so, yeah, it was wonderful conversation that we had with them.
Yeah, and I pulled up this last slide just to summarize what's coming up next. So we got some input from you guys today, and maybe one more presentation for you guys next week. And then the next step after this, after we've shown it by you guys, and you guys let us know if you think anything is missing, we're going to show it at an open house to the public, and then we'll also, that'll also go in front of the partners and stakeholders at Fort Todd Hill, of which we have many. And we'll incorporate comments from you guys and all the other comments we get, and then we'll bring the final draft back to you guys for approval.
Thanks, Jessica. And Jessica, did you happen to also present this to the Friends group?
No. Oh, we did just a very informal presentation, right, Cynthia?
Right. We did an informal presentation. They have received the actual document, the draft that you have in front of you. They have received that, but we've not given them this actual presentation. After we present to you, one of the suggestions that came from the commissioners is to take this presentation. They would be part of our stakeholders and all that, but to really have a one-on-one conversation with Northern Arizona Health and share the same presentation, what our goals are with them in a more, intimate setting, if you will, just them and not necessarily in a public input setting.
I think that's an excellent idea, Cynthia.
Yeah. And we're very much wanting to do that and planning on doing that. Yeah.
All right. Good. Well, this great work. Thank you. Any other final comments?
I will have one comment for a final comment for myself, and that is just to thank Jessica again for a tremendous amount of effort and great work that she's done here. Thank you.
Well, thank you everyone for your attention, and we'll see you next week.
All right. Thanks, Jessica. And we'll look forward to it. So,
thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
I have some thoughts on the report, so I will meet with them on this separately. Thank you.
All right. So there we go. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. And I'm sure we'll hear more from you then next week as well. So we're moving on then, and we're ahead of schedule for a change. And this is presentation, discussion, and update regarding Coconino County's response to COVID-19 pandemic, including testing, vaccine distribution and information, including an update regarding what has come to be known as monkeypox. And I know Kim Musselman is here with us from Health and Human Services. I'm going to turn this over to County Manager. Is there anything else you would like to add, County Manager?
No, ma'am, you said it all. Kim and staff are here to provide an update on the topics that are on the list on the agenda. So thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Kim. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair Horstman, Supervisors. Great to see you. Happy to be here this afternoon to provide kind of an overview and update of things that have been transpiring over the last month or so as the board's been on break, as well as just some updates on some of the current challenges that we are addressing. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started. As in typical fashion, just want to give an overview of kind of where we are with respect to COVID. So if we go to the next slide, please. As you are all fully well aware, we have continued to provide our weekly report that HHS and our EPI team does such a fantastic job of putting together every week. And as you can see there on the screen, with our community levels, which is what you'll all recall back a few months ago with the CDC, changed how we are reporting and how they are reporting and use the community levels. And you will see that we are in what is the low community level at this time based on the criteria, which includes, as I know you're all aware, includes our hospital usage, and those that are hospitalized is where a large part of that information comes from, as well as cases, positive cases being fewer than 200. I do want to clarify, because we get a lot of questions from the community and a lot of requests for clarification to the community, what our differences are, because we have our weekly report and then CDC county level data. There is out there when you go to the CDC site, and sometimes they differ. And I just want to make the clarification for all of your purposes, as well as for the community, that those reporting timeframes for our weekly report and the CDC county level, they vary. There's different timeframes around that. And our weekly report includes data from the previous week that has been reviewed. We've removed duplicated or incomplete information and incorrect data. So we feel like ours gives a little bit more refined picture of what in actuality has been reviewed, and that we are using the data from our Coconino County hospitals to calculate our community level. So the CDC is including hospital data from multiple places around the state. So we refine that. And where the CDC is coming from, they're using that data that includes Maricopa and Pinal County health service area in addition to Coconino. So that provides a little bit different view. What we're telling folks, and what's most important at this point in time, is that it's beneficial to review both the CDC and our HHS data, and ultimately to consider the level of illness that you are personally aware of in your community. That's really important now because we have so many folks who are utilizing the at-home self-tests, which is great. They're readily available. The federal government has provided many tests to each and every household so that they are not even having to incur cost. And those are great, but those are not then being reported in the data that's being collected by the CDC and even the reporting that we are providing through HHS. And so it's really important for us to look around and be personally aware in our community and consider our personal risk and to inform our decisions about prevention measures such as masking, or choosing not to go and be in large groups, or choosing to not mask or to be in large groups. And to really look at that to assess how are my kids doing? How are their friends and their classmates doing? Are there a number of kiddos out sick? How about my workplace? Have we had an outbreak where we've had multiple people in our workplace sick or not? That's really taking all of those things into account is really important as we go forward in what is turning into our endemic phase of COVID and how we need to be responding on a daily basis. Next slide, please. So this is just the epi curve you've been seeing for years now. And so you'll see on here just where we are. We're updating this again on a weekly basis. So you'll see that our numbers are slightly falling again, which is great in terms of the positive cases being reported that we currently have in our community. Next slide, please. I want to share a couple of slides that Dr. Dave Engelthaler shared with me to provide to you as well. This is just a quick little snapshot to kind of show you that our trends in Arizona are tracking right in line with the trends across the country. And so you see that in terms of that graphic there and where we are here as we go into August. That we've had, somewhat of a spike, kind of a few dips and flows, but we're kind of at this leveling point for the time being. Next slide, please. This is also a slide from TGen, from Dr. Engelthaler, and I just share this to give some awareness around the variants and the circulation of the variants, both throughout the state and then in comparison to the country as well. And I know the colors are different on here and a little hard to track with, but the main points I want to just make with this graph is if you look at the far right-hand column under the variants of Arizona, and then you look at the far right column for the United States, even though the colors are different and somewhat similar, what is being reflected here is that the primary circulating variant right now in Arizona is BA5, as it is also in the US as a whole. And then we've got still some BA4 and then some of the BA2 and the 2.12 and all the little small variations of that. That is what is out there circulating in the country and in our state. Next slide, please. So this is taking that down, drilling down just a little bit more with respect to Coconino County and our variants and Arizona. And you will see that in Coconino County there on your left, that the primary variant circulating is the BA5. We still have, definitely more than on the state side as a whole, some of the BA2.12 variants circulating, and then BA4, which of course on the state side, you see it's almost primarily the BA5 and then some BA4 with a very small group hanging on there with some of the older variants. What I just want to kind of point out here and in my conversations with Dave is, obviously with the kind of the trajectory that we expect is that, BA5 has been really successful in doing what viruses like to do. It's increasing that high transmission. If there's, lower infectious dose, we're able to spread it quicker. It's often, especially for those who've been vaccinated or have had prior COVID cases, it has, definitely upper airway infections, but a little less or more mild related symptoms. And really, as in talking to him, it makes evolutionary sense. The goals of viruses and variants are to spread faster and to evade immunity. And that is what BA5 has definitely shown it is doing. But I think just looking, we joke about using our crystal ball and what does it look like in the future? We don't know what comes next. Hopefully what comes next is BA6, BA7, and not a whole brand new variant that then, gets the next letter of the alphabet, such as pi or pho. So we can maintain our hope that we stay in that kind of realm. And as we look forward, I'm going to be talking a little bit more about this, as they're looking at vaccine and boosters and bivariant boosters that are getting ready to come out to really focus on addressing some of these variants. Next slide, please. So just want to make a point of announcing we've pushed this on social media, on our website, and in other avenues, but then we do have the new Novavax COVID-19 vaccine available here in Coconino County. This is a vaccine that uses technology similar to the tetanus shot, but it can only be used for initial COVID-19 series, and it's not available for booster shots. So I just want to be clear that this is a vaccine that if there were people who made decisions about not getting vaccinated at all for whatever reason, maybe it was because they were waiting for this type of vaccine. It is now available. We encourage folks to schedule appointments at our vaccine clinics. I'll be giving some reminders of when those are held because we do have it available. And then as I was mentioning about that bivariant, we do expect this fall that subvariant vaccine booster that's being designed to address those BA4 and BA5 variants. And I think many of you may have seen just in the news yesterday that it was approved over in Europe. So we expect approval and the likelihood of this rolling out soon, maybe as early as the end of September, early October. We don't know yet, but we do know that it's on its way and coming here in short order. Next slide, please. It's just a couple other vaccination related updates. As I was referencing, we continue to hold clinics at our Health and Human Services location here on King Street from noon to 4:30 on Wednesdays and Fridays. And we have the full array of vaccines available, including the new Novavax vaccine. There's on the screen and in the documentations, and if you go to our website, you can see other locations for where you can get vaccines as well. There are multiple locations available throughout the county and folks who are providing vaccinations. And then of course, for our clinic, you can go to the English and Spanish links there for Eventbrite to schedule an appointment. Next slide, please. So testing updates, as I mentioned earlier, we have the availability of lots of self-tests, and which is fantastic. And I absolutely encourage folks to take advantage of, if you haven't, go on to the website, and we actually have a link on our website to where you can go to request your free federal government issued tests. And now I think it's up to 16 total. So please take time to go do that. They come in the mail right away. You get an email notification that they're on their way. Some of the things that we are doing still to have other testing available in the community, and utilizing one of our testing grants in particular was to extend a contract to PMG, who had done some vaccinations at the NAU site. They've transitioned to doing testing. And so we have them providing testing on Fridays and Saturdays at the Flagstaff Coconino Community College location. And then they are also taking and rotating their operation in the Page community and also Williams. And so hopefully you've all been receiving, as we have put out social media and those flyers as the board, to be able to share that information. Certainly we've been pushing it all on social media as well. For those dates, you'll notice on this slide here, just pointing out that the Page campus, so September 1st is the next time they will be back. The next time they will be back at the Page. Actually, that's not true. They're going to be there this week on the 18th, and between 10 to 3 at the CCC location in Page. And then you see on that slide there, September 1st, all the way dates twice a month that are blocked out, going all the way through February. The reason February is the stopping point is because that is the point in time which our grant contract runs out. So it's a matter of expending the funds or the grant itself running out. And then Williams, once a month, there are opportunities at the Williams Senior Center. They set up outside to provide testing between that 3 and 7 p.m. to anyone in the community. Of course, this is all free of charge at any of these locations. Next slide, please. One point I do want to make about the testing sites is, especially with all of our monsoon related activity, these are set up as outdoor events where the staff for PMG are operating underneath an easy up cover. And so they are subject to needing to shut down should inclement weather occur. And so I just wanted to make everyone aware that They now have signage that if they are going to be shutting down because of inclement weather, we want to keep their staff safe. We don't want people out there in lightning and other electrical storms. That they have signage that they put at the bottom of the entry into the CCC location that indicates that they are closing due to inclement weather. And it actually has a QR code on the sign that anyone can scan that then takes you to our website to show you where all of the other testing locations around the community are available. And we just really stress to folks to check directly with those other locations. We do our best to keep up-to-date information, but some of the other folks providing testing don't always keep their sites as up-to-date as we would hope. So I just make that little disclaimer there. So just wanted to kind of give a quick overview about just our prevention messaging and that one, it has never stopped. We've been putting that out there all summer long. I think there's a heightened attention to it as we've gone back to school. People, are definitely tired of the fact that this is not going away and is impacting our lives. And I think everybody wanted to take a summer vacation from COVID and maybe did to some extent, or maybe unfortunately, we're also subject to getting sick with COVID. But with that being said, just want to say, we continue our social media presence. We have done some communication directly with the schools prior to them getting back into session, sent a letter and outlining all of the current prevention measures. Of course, this letter went out just before the CDC changed their guidance to K through 12 and then our early childhood education facilities, but we were able to communicate some new information. And then also we'll continue to work with our superintendent, Cheryl Mango-Paget, to participate in the superintendent meetings that she hosts to provide any guidance and update as is needed. And of course, we still have our information line. If you call 928-679-7300 and you have COVID questions, you can, the call handler will direct you there. And then of course, our website that we continue to update with information as well. So with respect to the CDC, most recent changes, I just was specific to operational guidelines, as I said, to K through 12 and early childcare institutions. Those changes include removing the need to quarantine after exposure, regardless of vaccination status, and clarifying isolation recommendations following exposure or a positive test within the community school or that early childhood setting. So those that information has been shared. We're here to answer questions and certainly still have our teams in place to give the guidance that is needed with these changes. And for those of you who saw it, then I also had a Arizona Daily Sun article interview related to some of this with the schools as well. All right, and then next slide, please. Just wanted to take the opportunity kind of in general with respect to COVID and its impacts, just many of the things that we continue to work on and provide resources through Health and Human Services, specifically social service related services for those experiencing difficulties, helping folks pay for essentials, access, free items, and connect with those community resources. We have continued to have a very robust program around assisting individuals with utility bills, water utility bills, deposits for utilities when setting up new services, repair and replacement of home appliances, rent, including rent payments to prevent eviction, mortgage to prevent foreclosure, and medical prescriptions not covered by insurance, vouchers for clothing, home assessments, home repairs, food boxes, hot meals, linkages to services. The list goes on and on. Lots of great resources that we've been able to enhance because of many of the COVID supports that we were able to access through lots of different funding sources. Next slide, please. Also, again want to make a big plug, especially now that we're back in school, and maybe this will be a good reminder to parents that there are the wraparound support services that the Coconino Superintendent of Schools is providing in partnership with us. Those resources for those K through 12 students and their families, that it is eligible, that they are eligible once per school year, that they need to, if they have tested positive for COVID-19 since July 1st, 2021, they can receive wraparound services that include funding for groceries, lodging, if there are need for quarantine and other types of things, and laundry services. So just really encourage folks to access that program if they need to do so. Next slide, please. So I'm going to pause because I'm about ready to transition to what is now a different pandemic on its way potentially. So if there's any questions regarding COVID, and then if that is okay with you, Chair Horstman, then I will transition to kind of a monkeypox related update.
Yes, and thank you, Kim. And I think now is a good time to get some questions from members of the board on this. So I do have a question. I know we were really doing our very best in getting public outreach on vaccines and of course the booster. Do we have any kind of update on the percent of those that have been vaccinated versus fully vaccinated? I guess the original versus the booster, and in some cases, the 2 boosters.
So what I will say is that we have, and you know, I need to look specifically on the percentage. What I will say is that we continue to have a steady volume of around 40 doses administered per every event. So on every Wednesday and Friday, we usually have at least 40 different doses that we're administering. The demand for the 6 months, the baby vax, has definitely slowed up to the 5 years old, but there's still a demand for child first doses, as well as first and second booster doses for adults. So I don't have right in front of me right now, I apologize, the percentages, but I do know that, you know, there is information out there, and this is not necessarily our community specific, but that between vaccination and boosters, and also then cases of COVID, having had COVID, that is why the transition to the CDC guidance that has changed, is because of that overall percentage of relative immunity being above 95% from a community-wide perspective. Now that includes having had COVID and vaccines together. It doesn't mean that it's time to just say, oh, forget all this. I mean, we still are actively putting out information and the importance of staying current on those vaccines and those booster doses, and hope that folks will continue to take advantage of that when you are due. And then of course, if you're waiting for the new bivariants to come out, that we will be putting out information and hope that people will take advantage of that as well.
And then the second question is related to it, and that is, you know, the vaccine has just been approved by the CDC, not just, but has more recently been approved by the CDC for children. And I guess it'd be interesting to find out the percentage of children who have been vaccinated and the remaining number that have been unvaccinated. And then I'm assuming that you're working with the schools or to get the word out, and to let the public know that this is available, it's present, and it's available through the county.
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, we've done several different events just recently in partnership with the schools to have vaccinations available. And this Saturday, we're going to be having an event here at Health and Human Services where we will have all childhood immunizations available and accessible, as well as COVID vaccines. So we really want to make sure that, and we'll make sure that all of you have that flyer and information so that you can share that as well. We're hoping that folks will really take advantage of that. And that the COVID vaccines are absolutely important, but it's also imperative that we have those immunizations current for our kids. Many of you have heard, and if you haven't, the polio, seeing in New York City, finding polio in their wastewater. Certainly that is of concern to us, and we are staying appraised of that situation. And we see all children and adults visiting the clinic for vaccine update needs. So that includes the adults and kids, and certainly related to polio. And our nurses put special emphasis on assessing all patients for polio vaccine status and counsel those and offer polio vaccine for all those who may be behind on doses. You just, again, can't stress the importance of being current on all of those, because if we let diseases that have been eradicated because of vaccines resurface and immunizations resurface, we're just putting ourselves in a whole lot of danger, and kids to be impacted.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is really important too that the county continue. I mean, we have been one of the, as you know, most active counties and proactive counties in the state of Arizona, and getting information out to our community, and especially the vaccines, and making sure getting that information out to the community. And it's wonderful to see our numbers going down. A couple of weeks ago, that we were all pretty panicked watching our numbers go up. So I think that's important to keep that message going forward. So I'm going to ask if other members of the board have some questions. It looks like Supervisor Ryan does.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Hey, Kim, have they gotten into, we're still getting through the onslaught of COVID, but have they gotten into discussions associated with consideration of seasonal vaccines related to this?
So where things are, thanks for the question, Supervisor Ryan. At this point in time, they're focused very much on this bivariant is what they're calling it, in terms of being very specific. One of the really amazing things about the mRNA vaccine is that it allows for a small, tweak, for lack of a better way to describe it, when to be able to address some of these variants. And so I think that certainly that is where we're headed, Supervisor Ryan, to know what these variants may be turning into, and is it going to turn into something that's seasonal. You'll note when I showed that graph at the beginning of my presentation that it's like multi-seasonal right now, which is makes it a little tougher for that. But definitely those are all the things that are being looked at from a research perspective at the federal level. So we'll see what comes of that.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Kim.
Mm-hmm.
And are you expecting any kind of surge coming this fall? And of course, we've got the flu also usually arrives in the fall and early winter. And I'm assuming you'll be doing the flu vaccine clinics as well.
Yes, and actually a little bit later in my slideshow, which I probably should have bumped this to in front of the monkeypox information, but it's we've got a lot of things going on here. But yes, we are absolutely planning for the rollout of flu vaccine the first week of October. We are going to offer this in our clinic, as well as in conjunction with our COVID vaccine at events. And I would be remiss if I didn't say our mobile vax team continues to travel to outlying areas. They have things scheduled throughout each of the different months, including Grand Canyon Tucson. We were at Twin Arrows Casino a couple of weeks ago. We participated in the back to school event at Mount Eldon Middle School and the Flagstaff Aquaplex. As I said, we have an event coming up. I know there's some things being planned up in the Page region. So we are going to have, as we roll out our flu vaccines, that will also be things that are happening at our clinic, but then will be just a natural part of all of our mobile related vaccine clinics that we're offering. So absolutely, yes, flu season is right around the corner.
And you see the rise in COVID kind of in conjunction with flu season and fall and winter. Are you expecting to see a bit of a surge then for COVID as well?
I wish I could. It's funny. I was asked that same question when I was doing the interview with the Daily Sun, and it's really hard. I don't know if the crystal balls are broken or what, but things are we can't really predict it very well, just because of it's kind of depends on when the variants, make their debut, if you will. And so it's hard to say. I did say when I was asked about the schools in particular, we know that every fall when kids go back to school, there's always that surge of at least flu-like illness or colds, because we get kids together. Kids are awesome. They're also the biggest little germ spreaders ever, because they like to touch each other, and they, they're kids. And so I expect us to have something likely, but I'm not sure what that's going to look like. I know in some of our conversations, it's really, we may just kind of hover around this kind of steady state that we're in, which is not low numbers. I mean, if you look at it in comparison to, late spring and early summer, when we were down with only 30 or so cases a week, we're still hanging around in that 200 level of those being reported. And so we know that that's just those being reported. So you have all the others that are ill. So I wish I could say, but I don't know. We'll just have to see, and be ready for it. That's what we pride ourselves in doing, is being ready for that the best we can.
Other comments, members of the board? Well, I think you've definitely summed it up quite well, and also summed up the fact that so many people are home testing now, self-testing, that isn't getting reported. And so, it's probably take a look at your own group that you socialize with, and see how they're doing and how their numbers are. Because there certainly has been a time where I certainly have known many people. It just was on this a surge. So I think that's good advice. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I do have a question. Where are we with our vaccines now? I know that we had our vaccines, and then we had two booster shots. And then should we be getting more than that? Where are we with that recommendation now?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Supervisor Fowler, Chair Horstman. So with respect to the boosters, they're the only age bracket right now that is eligible for that third booster is those who are 50 and older, and then some specific immunocompromised groups. And so that is that's the same guidance that we're continuing to follow right now until this bivariant, the new booster that is going to be coming out. Everything that we are hearing is that will then be rolled out to all of the age groups that are eligible within the amount of time since their last booster. And we're waiting to see what that time criteria is going to be. Is it going to be 4 months since your last booster? We're not sure yet what they're going to be recommending in terms of that time frame.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow up. So when you test positive at home, should people be calling your office and reporting that to help with the tracking?
So thank you for that question. We are not asking folks to report their self-test to us, because we have the only way we can use the data that we put out is it has to go through our state reporting system. And we don't have a good way to do that, because we don't get to verify those tests. They're not verified through a lab. So I would just say that we don't, for quite some time, ever since even self-test came out, we've been saying we don't need you to call and report, but what we do need you to do is follow those isolation guidelines and make sure that you are doing what you need to do until you are symptom-free as far as isolation, at least for those 5 days until your symptoms reside or your symptoms get better and clear up. And then up to 10 days, if you are out in public, that you should still be masking to help protect others in case you're still shedding virus.
And just one more follow-up. Are you still doing community tracking now that I know early on we didn't have enough people to be doing community tracking, and there was so much work. And I'm just wondering now that we're not tracking, people are not reporting anymore. Where are we with that now?
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And yeah, and I believe you're referring to contact tracing that we have done. Yes. We are doing very little of that specific contact tracing. Many of our staff that had been working specifically on that have transitioned to doing some other education components, putting information together. And as we go into what is now a new scenario with monkeypox, we're doing some contact tracing and going to likely be doing even more contact tracing as that disease spreads through our community. So we're not doing specific COVID contact tracing unless there are situations in some long-term care facilities, other congregate related settings that we can help assist those facilities in tracking and then preventing future spread to our most vulnerable populations.
Thank you. And I have missed this report at our board meeting. So thank you for bringing up to speed and the public and just knowing that you're working with the schools, which you have been doing, but now, people are asking about the school. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Kim, please, I'm sorry, Vice Chair, do you have a question before we go on to monkeypox?
Yeah, so I was curious, like, for example, myself, I had my booster in December and now it's been 8 months. I don't have, obviously, can I get another booster or do I not qualify for it? Like, in other words, I've had my 2 shots, I've had my booster, now what? Am I good or do I need to get another booster?
So, and I apologize, Vice Chair Vasquez, the first part of what you were saying, you were really muted, and then I just caught the back end of your question. So if you wouldn't mind repeating, I apologize.
Sure. So my question is, so I've had my 2 doses and I've had my booster shot, but I had my booster shot in December. And so my question is, am I eligible or should I get another booster or am I good and write it out until we get new boosters?
Well, to actually answer that question, I would need to know how old you are, and I don't want to make you say that on this board meeting. So if you'd like, I'm happy to talk to you offline, and we can assess whether or not you're eligible. How about that answer?
He's older than 18 because we just validated his election.
Well,
that's good to know. I kind of guessed he was older than 18, but the other part, yeah.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Yeah, connect with me after. I'm happy to talk to you.
Sure.
Oh my God, a personal consult, huh?
Oh goodness.
So I think what it is, if you are under the age of 65 and not listed as the vulnerable group, would you be expected to get that second shot?
Actually, it would be under the age of 50. So if you are over 50, and it's been at least 5 months, which obviously December would put you there, then you are eligible for a booster dose.
Well, without revealing my age, I am under 50, so I guess I'm not eligible. Thank you for that answer.
And when is the new and improved vaccine booster going to come out, which is supposed to be more geared towards the variant that's going around, and will that be open for everyone, including those that may have had 2 boosters?
Our understanding is that it is hopeful. We are hopeful that it's going to be coming out in the next couple of months. We hear stuff that could be as early as September. Other things maybe pushing it to October. So we'll just keep you posted in that. And every indication is that all ages that have had at least, the amount of time since their initial or second doses, obviously for kids, some of them have just had their vaccines, that everyone will be eligible for those new boosters once they are authorized. But we'll have more detail as we find it out as well.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. And I've really enjoyed the update too, Kim. And I know you've got monkeypox to talk about. So tell us what's going on.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm coming to talk to you about what is now our latest concern, and just to assure you that we are tracking with this and give you an update as to what Coconino County is doing and positioning. And also the role that we're playing, not only in Coconino County, but in actually the entire northern region with respect to monkeypox. So with that being said, this first screen here, just by way of update. So I think you all have heard about monkeypox, and that both the World Health Organization and CDC, and then of course, even our federal government has declared a public health emergency around monkeypox. So with that, by way of quick update, as of press time, we still do not have an identified case in Coconino County. We're very grateful for that. Although, as we speak, I'm getting some updated emails that there could potentially be some, samples that are coming from other counties in particular. So we continue to work with our labs as we get noticed. Our communicable disease investigation team is receiving this information as we have suspect cases. And at the point in time which we do have a confirmed case, we will be alerting the public via a press release. So at this point in time, no cases identified in Coconino County. There have been, by way of update of yesterday, 170 monkeypox cases have been reported in Arizona, and 11,177 cases have been identified in 49 states. According to the CDC, Wyoming is the only state with 0 confirmed cases. Next slide, please. Just real important to point out, monkeypox signs and symptoms can include fever, headache, muscle aches and backaches, swollen lymph nodes, chills, exhaustion, all things that can be associated with other illnesses. And then this is another really important part to the symptoms, which also then lends it to the testing of cases, is a rash that can look like pimples or blisters that appear on the face, inside the mouth, on other parts of the body, like the hands, feet, chest, genitals, or anus. Though that is very key, because that is how we actually are able to test, is if there is a rash, a lesion, a pimple-like sore or blister that we're able to swab. That is how the test is conducted. So when people are calling, and I will just say that we have stood up we have a call line for individuals to call in. We have a monkeypox web page on our Health and Human Services site. If you type in coconino.az.gov, put a /monkeypox, it'll take you right there. And there's information, much of which I'm covering with you, that talks about the symptoms. It also talks about how it can spread through close personal, often skin-to-skin contact, including that direct contact with anyone who has a known case of monkeypox, those rashes, sores, fluids, and scabs. Ultimately, also some contact with objects, fabrics, bedding, other types of things, if for anyone who has had monkeypox, and even, respiratory droplets or oral fluids from someone with monkeypox. Of course, this monkeypox is not considered a sexually transmitted disease, but it is often transmitted through close, sustained physical contact, which can include sexual contact. So we have this information on our site. Next slide, please. And here's just a quick little screenshot of that. This is our webpage. That if you go there, you can get this information. We also have our information line so that folks can call at the 928-679-7300. And we have our clinic staff who are receiving those calls and then triaging. If somebody's calling because they have symptoms and they need a test, we are able to get same-day appointments for individuals. But we also have our communicable disease team who are returning calls and talking to individuals to see what their questions or concerns are. Do they have symptoms, or have they potentially had a direct exposure? And so that's how we're working through those calls as they come in. We have stood up an internal health emergency operations team, a small team that's specifically addressing the monkeypox outbreak so that we can be responsive and make sure that we're communicating amongst ourselves, as well as putting together information as appropriate to get out to the public. And that includes our communications team as well, who were obviously instrumental in getting the webpage up and then putting out some of the information related to just details about the illness. A couple other things that we're working on. We have a form that we are creating. Maricopa County and Pima County and Coconino County, we are what is considered the regional hubs for monkeypox. So we, as Coconino County, are kind of taking the lead to be the hub for our other northern counties. Back to what Chair Horstman indicated, we've always kind of been on the forefront of being proactive about things, no different with this. And so our other county partners and our state partners look to us early on. So with that being said, we do have the vaccine for, which is called Jenios for monkeypox. And right now we are operating under some specific criteria. It is in limited supply. And so there is criteria that's been put forth by the CDC and then of course adopted by the state specific to those who are eligible. And we are working on a form, an online form that will be a part of our webpage where those who believe they may have been exposed or may have a direct exposure or may be positive to be able to fill out the form. And then that form will then be, that information will be gathered. It is a HIPAA compliant form that we'll be putting out to gather information so that we can have our communicable disease team reach directly back out, gather some additional information. There will all, and it'll explain the criteria for who's eligible right now under those guidelines. And it'll also have a space on the form where people can say, I don't meet this criteria, but I want to be notified when the criteria opens up because I'm interested in a vaccine. So we're going to be gathering that information. We hope to have that form online at the latest by the end of this week, if at all possible. And then we'll be gathering that information. We actually had a call this morning with our North Country healthcare partners to discuss them potentially partnering with us because they have clinics around the northern region and many of the other counties who are not doing anything in relation to what we're doing with respect to monkeypox and vaccine availability. In fact, we're getting other counties directing individuals to us for information. So we're working through a lot of those processes and what that's going to look like. We continue to follow what, as I indicated, it's called PEP or post-exposure prophylaxis model for that vaccine administration. That means that you have to have had a direct exposure or believe that you may have been directly exposed or a positive case to be eligible right now for the Jenios vaccine. We are, as I said, the northern hub for all of the other counties. So we're going to be meeting with those other 4 counties to talk about what they plan to be able to do and how they can be responsive or what role we're going to play in that. We do receive inquiries from the public about receiving the vaccine. And as I was indicating, this form is being developed that's going to be accessible, that the public will be able to complete. And then we will screen those surveys. And then we will schedule individuals for vaccination based on meeting their criteria for that post-exposure prophylaxis. We'll be communicating with folks. We are in the process of planning, which we hope to actually begin next week, clinics, monkeypox vaccine clinics that will be specifically for those who've been identified as meeting this PEP or the PEP++, that post-exposure prophylaxis criteria, so that we can get folks in. We have already administered some of the vaccine, about 4 doses, just to give you a form of context to that, of folks that did meet, that have come in through our clinic that met criteria related to exposure. So we are happy that we've been able to do that. We are also getting ready to follow the new guidelines. For those of you who've been following this may, but for those of you who haven't, which is, oh, this is a lot of detail, but initially that was being done as a subcutaneous shot, which was, typical to what you have recollection of the COVID vaccine in your shoulder. But now, in order to allow for there to be more doses, there's an intradermal administration that we are getting it's similar like a TB test. If you think about how that works, where that it is, underneath your skin kind of type of administration. So our staff are being refreshed and trained on that. I mean, we have all of our clinic staff who administer vaccines are registered nurses who are pretty savvy about this already, but some updated training and information out to them. This will allow us to, instead of use a vial that would be 1 dose, it gets 5 doses out of that same vial. So we're really looking to plan some clinics, some scheduled clinics where people can come in, maybe 20 people at a time that we can vaccinate that have met that criteria. And then of course, as the criteria opens up and the vaccine availability opens up, we'll be opening up that criteria and using our partners, our various different groups in the community to help get that word out for those most high-risk groups to be able to take advantage of that. We do have, just for your awareness, we have received 140 more vials of the vaccine this week, increasing our inventory to 390 vials. So what that equates to is just under 2,000 doses for the northern counties. So that was our conversation this morning with North Country about seeing if they can be some of those places where we can stage some vaccine in some of the other northern counties, because the other health departments are not in the area, not planning at this time to be administering as we are. And then we continue to see symptomatic patients in our clinic for testing, as well as I know North Country is testing at their clinic locations, and of course the hospital emergency room. So that's the information on the vaccine. We're also working on, and we can go to actually before we go there, we're also working with Northern Arizona Healthcare to pre-stage what is called TPOXX. It's an antiviral. It is treatment for the most serious cases. Only 20 to 30% of positive monkeypox patients are eligible. It's for those with extreme pain, other severe medical conditions associated with a monkeypox outbreak, and also including if there are lesions that are around the eyes or the mouth, things that could cause scarring, other vision issues and complications. So we're working with NIH. We've been on multiple meetings. The state and as Maricopa and Pima are also scrambling to do this. We're borrowing and stealing their information so that we can get that implemented up here and have it staged in the northern region, both at FMC and also at the Yavapai location for NIH as well. So I know that was a lot of information, but I will pause there and ask for questions.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks for that overview on monkeypox. It must be related to the chicken pox and in that kind of family?
Actually, it is more associated with smallpox family, which obviously has even more severe, it's similar in terms of, chicken pox as well, but definitely, it isn't necessarily a life-threatening disease, but it can have some very severe consequences, and it can spread very easily, especially if someone in a household has monkeypox, an active case of monkeypox, and you have other household members, then it can spread pretty easily based on coming into contact with those open blisters or lesions.
And probably a concern in the school setting as well, I would imagine, so.
Yeah, we're already having lots of conversations about, you know, the need to, we need to get a handle on this right away, because we don't want something like this getting into our young people population and our kids in schools because of what I said earlier about them being our more likely source of transmission just from contact and touching one another. So we're that is a serious concern to all who are looking at this and hoping to be able to get a handle on it before that is what happens.
Well, thank you, Kim. Questions from members of the board? All right.
Kim.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you for the update. I've been wondering about monkeypox. Can you get the monkeypox from using the restroom or touching gas pump or doorknobs or something like that?
So thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for that question. There's some information and some limited information out there, and really it's, I mean, I guess my best answer to that is it is certainly possible, but pretty highly unlikely given just the contact that's being had. I mean, we were just having this conversation the other day. You know, I've always been one of those folks that, you know, you go into the public restroom and you use the little toilet seat cover, or you line your toilet paper out on the seat. I think that has been for transmitting anything or just a good safety precaution. There's not a lot of information out there right now that they are concerned about that being the cause of spread. Certainly if you are there's a known case that is, you know, we do our work with the individuals who are positive to stress the importance of isolation while they are positive and all of those safety precautions in their household while they are isolating. So I think that it is, I'm not going to say it's not possible, but I think that it is very limited possibility right now. And if the information about that changes, we will be sure to share that.
So I was, you know, we're just hearing it on the news, but when it comes to providing information to the public, seems like we don't have that much. And I was wondering if we could just email over like a one sheet or some kind of information that we can share with the public, since we're attending meetings and participating in community meetings now.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. We have our information on our webpage, so we're happy to, you know, I can work with our communications team to just clip that, if you will, for a one pager, but really encourage you to share our webpage directly, because we're constantly updating that. So certainly we could provide you with a one pager of information, but I caution that just because every day something changes, just like with COVID. We're already in that routine with every day I'm getting new information about monkeypox. So we can certainly help with that. And as we start to roll out more information right now, we're really targeting specific groups and that have had potential exposure. So we want to make sure that we're doing things timely so that we have availability of vaccine to those who are most in need right now. And then as we're able to open that up, we will be putting out even more and more information. So we will keep you supplied with as much information as we possibly can. And if you would like a single page, we can, you know, certainly work on something that, especially if you let us know when you might want to target something, so we can make sure you have the most current information.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It would be helpful to have something that just for us to share on our social media, Kim. I know it changes, just like COVID was always changing, but it just for us to be able to share on social media, whether it's on your website and we can share it from there, or you know, which would probably be just great. So
We will get you those posts and other things as we're putting them together. And we've put out just a couple of things just recently with some basic information about symptoms, who is most at risk. So I'll make sure that you all get that information. And I know that we provide that. We've been providing information, and I know there was a little hiatus with Nicole putting out a notice to you all. We've always included our social media posts for that Friday update. We'll continue to do that and make sure that you have access, and because absolutely would love you to share all of that information.
Thanks, Kim. Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, Kim, because we have our populations that, they go to the bulletin board by the mailboxes and that kind of thing. And, just so you have your contact information for changing information on a one-pager, that usually works well out there. That way, they have that, but they know where it's an easy go-to. They can find it quickly, and then they go to the page there. Just one question is, how long is the virus viable? Do they know that at all?
I would be remiss if I tried to recollect that right now. I apologize. I don't have that right in front of me. But if I can certainly circle back on that information, but we do have some of those details on our webpage.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, any other questions? Otherwise, excellent overview, Kim. Thank you for all the information and for the updated information. I certainly appreciate you and your staff. Really good information for all of us. And members of the board, a couple of things just real quick is we do have, I think Judy Begay is on, and she was anyway. Do you see her? Judy, are you on?
She's been having trouble staying connected, so.
Yeah, she may be off now. So, and then I was going to suggest we take a 5-minute break before we go forward, if that's okay with everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, very good. 5 minutes. Sue, I did ask if Judy is still having problems with her mute and unmute, that she may want to give a call to you and then you could put her phone up against your computer.
Madam Chair, unfortunately, I'm the next presenter.
There you go.
So I'm afraid I probably won't answer, but would encourage her to, if she can hear us, to call. She actually did just call me.
Yeah, maybe we should just,
I'll text her right now.
thank you. And I don't know if she's in Flag or where she is, or if she's out at Coal Mine, because I know maybe she can get that Starlink working.
As far as I know, it is operable.
Well, back from break, fresh and ready to go.
Oh, yeah, tip of the day, huh?
Just 1 minute, Steve said, okay.
It looks like perhaps Chair Supervisor Begay might have called Steve.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
we have Supervisor Begay is on my phone. Supervisor Begay, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. Madam Chair, can you hear Supervisor Begay?
I sure can, and that's good. So it's,
Let's just go with this.
yeah, important that we can participate. We have two important matters coming up here for the end of the day, and I know it's been a long day. Yeah, and I'm glad that she's going to be available for this. So the next one is presentation, update, and discussion on the American Rescue Plan Act funding related to county programs, community funding, and business support. And as the board may remember, a portion of our ARPA funds we set aside for community partnerships to provide needed services for members in our community. And pursuant to the direction from the county attorney's office, these community partnership programs, if you will, were set up through a procurement method where we, the board, identified our areas of priority. And based on that, we did an RFI, and I'm assuming Sue will go through this, request for information, got information from the community and our nonprofits on what services were there and that they may be able to provide. And based on that, RFPs were developed. And that's just kind of my brief overview and understanding of where we are. And with that, and County Manager, with your permission, I'll turn this over to Deputy County Manager Sue Brown for a discussion and update on this. Thanks, Sue, for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, County Manager Peru. Madam Chair, if you want to take the lead on this, you feel you did a good job. So, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'm going to go to a PowerPoint and share my screen. Can you see that?
Not yet, Sue.
Okay, let me try it again. Hold on. One more try. Always the poorest person to share a screen here. So, Madam Chair, can you see that?
No, we can't, Sue. It's not up yet.
Okay. How about that?
Still not up yet.
Wonderful. Let me see here if I can get it to work.
And I know you did provide us all a copy of your
I did,
PowerPoint.
I can share on my end, Sue.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Let me just do that. Okay, hang on one second.
Oh, now it's coming up.
There
There
we
you go.
go.
It's
Okay.
there
Not
now.
one to show.
So I'll go to the next slide.
please. Thank you, Steve. That was a last minute ad and I really appreciate it. Madam Chair, as you mentioned, going through the RFI, we received many different pieces of information from the public, which was our goal in that request for information. And what we did at that point is recognize these separate areas as being the most of the most need from COVID impacts. The first was behavioral health, then business supports, housing, support for vulnerable populations. And we found from the RFI that the combination of workforce development and education made a lot of sense. And then the final category that we found out from the information in the RFI was COVID-19 impacts to local governments. And there's a bit of difference between the two. If a local government wants to present a service directly to the public, then they would be encouraged to answer the RFP that we have issued. If they are asking to build capacity as a result of losses or challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic, then they would work with us on an IGA under the COVID-19 impacts to local governments. So those are the differences between the two. Next slide. So the RFP that we issued earlier this month was issued, the RFI was issued on March 23rd, 2022. We received 33 total RFI responses. We determined that the overall allocation of the 5.1 million for the RFPs and IGAs on May 10th. Our definitions for each priority area were developed, and we took a lot of time with this. We had a team from Health and Human Services, from Finance. We asked Janet Regner, our former Director of Community Services, to join us because of her broad knowledge of the area and the need in the community. And with that, we developed and issued the RFP on July 28th, 2022. It was distributed via our standard protocol. And it was also sent, as we had done with the RFI, to well over 75 different recipients, including all of the local jurisdictions, chapter houses, to the Hopi villages, and across the list of providers that we have that are part of the social safety net that cover the entire county, all corners of the county, to make sure that we covered anyone who might be interested in any of the categories that we listed in the RFP, or that we might have interest for the COVID-19 impacts to eligible local governments. Next slide, please. Thank you. We did conduct a pre-proposal conference on August 11th. We had, our highest point was 65 organizations that were represented on the call. We did have a bit of a snafu on the call, but we were able to get it back up and going. And we continue to catalog questions and answers. And that FAQ is constantly available. If we have any changes based on any of the questions or issues that possible proposers ask of our purchasing manager, Scott Richardson, we would issue an addendum. We did issue one addendum that actually fixed a date. We had two dates in the original RFP, and we settled that in the addendum with RFP proposals due no later than September 7th. Our schedule then is that the proposals will be reviewed, evaluated, and recommended for award to the board for their consideration, for your consideration in September or October. We base this on not knowing exactly how many proposals we will have, but we're hopeful we'll be able to get through that work within that time period. We then would make, our ideal would be an award by the Board of Supervisors in October after you have all of the information. Next slide, please. And the RFP process, it's important to note that as we go into the RFP process, that all of our proposers for the RFP, not for the COVID impacts for eligible governments, but for the RFP, must work through the purchasing manager. And he has all of the information centralized in his system. And then he is the one that issues the addendums and has all of the current FAQs available. Thank you. Next slide. So the COVID-19 impacts to eligible local governments, this one will come to us, these proposals will come to us outside of the RFP. We gained a lot of that information unsolicited in the beginning. We also gained it through the RFI process and contacts directly to the jurisdictions. It was identified by the board to receive a portion of $1.6 million allocation. That $1.6 million was allocated to 3 separate categories: support for vulnerable populations, workforce development, education, and COVID-19 supports for eligible local governments. There was by you, the board, there was no definitive answer that it should be split equally 3 ways, but only that the 1.6 should be divided among the 3. And so you'll see with recommendations how we might break that apart. This category will provide funds related to impacts from COVID-19 to the eligible local government itself. The proposal should increase the capacity of the eligible local government to provide needed infrastructure, additional service platforms, things like studies or evaluations. We have proposals for additional assistance with wastewater installations by some governments. Another one is for an evacuation plan. It's those kinds of things that increase that local eligible local government's capacity to provide services, but does not provide them directly. Next slide, please. If divided equally on that 1.6 million, it would be $533,333 available per category. But again, we have not made that determination. We've received approximately 12 requests from local governments, and that is separate requests, 12 separate requests, although some of the governments have submitted more than one. And it was via that request for information and through other communications that we've had with them directly. The CM staff is working on this. We're communicating with each jurisdiction to determine the amount of each one of their requests, the full scope of that request, how the project is affected by the COVID-19 impacts. How did COVID affect this need? How did it either, create it or make it worse? And then a project schedule. The award must be obligated. They must be able to expend the money by these dates, obligated by December 31st, 2024, and of course, fully expended by December 31st, 2026. We also need from each of these governments to know whether the project that they're proposing can proceed if the award is less than they request. A single one of the proposals we have is for $350,000. We simply don't know whether we can award that amount or not. And so we need to know that they still would be able to go ahead with the proposal if we do that. They also must fulfill some of the ARPA requirements, part of which includes the completion of the partnership budget template. There's also a subrecipient risk assessment that they'll have to complete as well, because these local governments are regarded as subrecipients under our ARPA regulations. Next slide, please. The evaluation and timeline for the eligible local governments, for the COVID impacts for eligible local governments. These will be subject to the same evaluations and selection criteria as the RFP itself. So as a reminder, you probably looked through the RFP that I sent you earlier in the month. And just a reminder that these areas for evaluation were part of our long discussions as we went through ARPA, and just a short reminder of what those areas are. So a project scope on how this project will affect those COVID impacts, a priority area impact, a location of services, is it equitable, and does it target the areas of greatest need, COVID-19 impacts, need resulting from COVID, very much an ARPA portion. Population served, is it a population of greatest need or population disproportionately impacted? Tracking, will they be able to collect and report data on the project? Outcomes and impact, measurable and attainable and tied to the identified need. And then design, does it have a high probability of success? And then, of course, the budget template and the subrecipient risk assessments. That was all in the RFP on page 16 that we had sent you previously. And those evaluations and timelines are relatively the same for the COVID-19 impacts to eligible local governments. Again, the local government must be an ARPA subrecipient, And our goal is that the eligible local government proposals will generally follow the same schedule. So if that is the case, it is scoping and definition of the proposals through the end of August. Evaluation and recommendation for award is somewhere in September and October, with the award, like with the RFPs, made in October. Next slide, please. And this is a list of the eligible local government respondents we have at this point. The town of Fredonia is proposing a wastewater extension to a housing development. The city of Sedona has 2 proposals in. One is for an emergency evacuation plan. The second is for trailhead transportation. Coconino Community College has multiple requests, and some of theirs may actually be direct services. In that case, they would respond via the RFP. Some of them, they may also be in capacity building as well, and they're working that out right now. The city of Page has a long-term treatment facility project that they are asking for funds for. Summit Fire District and Highlands Fire District have reimbursement of benefit costs that they suffered over the COVID pandemic. The Tuba City chapter has a warehouse distribution center funding proposal that they've notified us about. And the city of Flagstaff, along with the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance, have asked for a small business grant program. And again, their first test after we finish the scoping and amounts from each one of these category respondents is to ascertain whether they are quote unquote ARPable. Do they follow what ARPA guidelines allow? And do we, of course, have the ability to do them? And we'll work with each one of these respondents to determine on all of those points whether they are eligible for funding. Madam Chair, this is the bulk of the update. Is there any questions or anything that you would like to discuss regarding ARPA?
I'm sure there will be, but from other members, I just have a couple questions real quick.
Please.
You know, in terms of the IGA with other municipalities or entities, government entities, we never did give a breakdown as to how much goes through direct, if you will, RFP on how that's broken down, or for the IGAs. And so at this point, are you looking for direction from us on that? Are we going to try to wait until we get the results of the RFPs in and see, you know, what that ask, or I should say not, yeah, what the ask is, you know, how much we're really dealing with, or, you know, what are your thoughts on that? And likewise, we also did not break down the categories by, you know, equal amounts. So where are we on that? How are we, the county, determining that?
Madam Chair, I certainly don't mean to correct, but we did indeed go through that in our previous iterations. We talked, and I apologize, I don't have the exact page number on the RFP, but as a board, you did allocate the $5.1 million to different categories. The 3 categories: support for vulnerable populations, workforce development and education, and COVID-19 supports for eligible local governments, was the one that had bundled. It bundled 1.6 to those 3. And you're correct about that we did not say how much would go to each of those. The others were very carefully allocated by the board. And I apologize, it's in the RFP.
No, and I guess I'm talking about that 1.6, those 3 that are.
Oh, okay,
together.
yes.
So,
We did not,
and
Madam
as
Chair.
I understand it, our behavioral health, we've already allocated.
That's correct. And our instructions from the board was that if there is a behavioral and mental health component of a proposal, it is to go to mental and behavioral health, which has an allocation of $2 million.
And that's why I'm not even talking about that anymore. Okay, just because we don't want to confuse that.
Nope.
When we're going out for these RFPs, we don't have $5.1 million to allocate as part of these RFPs. I want to make that clear because that was confusing before.
Yes.
So let's not confuse that. I'm talking about the remaining amount that we have. So, and as I recall, we did not of the remaining amount, allocate it for a certain percentage for a certain area. And likewise, we didn't allocate out for a certain percentage for an RFP process versus a certain percentage for IGAs.
That's
Correct?
correct. We did not in that one
Okay.
instance.
And I guess because of that, my next question is, are you looking for direction from us on that? Or instead, are we waiting until we get the results in from the RFP? Because we may have two, I don't think so, but we may have two, we may have 100. And seeing what that ask is. And, you know, we may go through that and using, and then I don't know, using the criteria. I'm assuming you're going to say high priority, medium priority, low priority on what our criteria that you've set forth in the RFP.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. We will do that. We'll do all of that back work and provide you with a recommendation based on the first test, which is the first two tests, I'll say, which is the ARPA ability of it. The highest,
you made a verb out of ARPA.
The word we have used a verb for ARPA for a very long time, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to tell you that. We've been ARPified is also a very popular term, but absolutely, we will use the criteria that we've built over these last 9 months as we discussed ARPA to determine what are the highest rated proposals that we have. And then from there, our team will make a recommendation to the board, and then it'll of course be the board's ability to make changes to that recommendation as it always is. But it definitely will be a discussion at that point before award so that we can make an award in a way that it reflects the board's desire.
Thanks, Sue. That explains a lot. That's a question I've been having for a while. Other questions from members of the board on this and going over the process, and thank you, Sue, for that explanation. I guess, no, there we go. I'm just shocked. So Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, I saw in the presentation that you had 60 potential candidates that participated in the presentation or whatnot when you had the public Zoom. I guess my question is, are you finding a lot of competition for the different slots for the different areas? Are there some areas that you're getting more RFPs for, or more proposals of interest rather than and less than others?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, it's a really good question. We don't have any of the proposals yet, but we're really gratified by the amount of interest. 65 folks to come to that pre-bid was pretty darn good. And it went up and down a little bit, but its highest was 65, as lowest I think it was 42 over about an hour and a half period. We've gotten a few questions, not a tremendous amount, but a good number. And we're gratified by the interest. And it's a full range across the range of the categories that we have. We did a lot of work with certainly you as a board and in our community to find out what the needs of the community were affected by COVID. And we used all of our resources to try and determine what those categories should be. And if you remember back, it seems like forever ago, but we talked about it a lot and we narrowed things down. And what we're seeing is big interest in many of them, certainly mental and behavioral health, certainly housing, certainly vulnerable populations. We're seeing interest from our local jurisdictions on help with their capacity for things that they need to do that they may not have sufficient funds for as well. But yeah, I cannot answer in terms of how many proposals we'll get, but I can tell you we're gratified by the interest.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, questions from members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Sue. You guys have been doing a lot of work. You know, the pieces that are going through, well, first and foremost, probably have it in here, but some things I look at specifically and others I glaze over. When would be, if once we put the RFP out, what date
September 7th, they're due.
They're due. So is the RFP out? at
It
this
is.
point?
It went out on July 28th.
Okay, okay. So I guess I glazed over that one.
Quite all right, Supervisor Ryan. I think I've been making you do that for a while now.
Yeah. Bless you, Sue. The other pieces, or the other piece, obviously an RFP's out. We as a board can't look at it. We can't contact these people. They can't contact us on that. And so we have to wait and see. And so similar associated with my next question. At some point, just from an edification standpoint, it would be interesting to see after we're done this process, after we do our awards, to see the discussion that you had, how people express their needs. It gives us a better sense of, dynamics that are occurring in our communities out there. I'm not asking for it before we go through decisions or anything. We're already in this process. But, yeah. And well, there you go. Gosh, I'm not glazing it over anymore. There it is. The word September, October. So September, October is not defined to a specific, oh, you said September 7th, but then that's their thing. That's the most important. Okay.
Supervisor Ryan, I just wanted why we are not specific on those dates for when we'll be done with the evaluation review. We don't know how many proposals we're going to get. And in honesty, I think we all recognize how utterly busy we have been given all of the ARPA that we have managed to put into play. All of the ARPA funding, which is now all 28 million of it, is basically on the street and being used with services, direct services to the public. It's being used for a lot of different functions, and a lot of purchasing RFPs is happening throughout the organization. So we simply don't know when we'll be able to do it. Our ideal is September, October with an award in October. We want this funding also to be out and serving the public. Our apologies if we have to come back and tell you that we got a lot of proposals, which would be great. But that may mean we have a slight delay because we are constantly working on it.
No, it's fully understood. We're trying to develop a complex opportunity for hopefully multiple organizations or many people if possible, and varied needs on it. It's not going to be perfect. Should it arise that the functional component is not working completely, or one category isn't used, but other categories are, I would assume, you would bring it back at that time. But right now, we already established what we're doing with it, and we'll see how it works with it. All right. Well, thank you, Sue and Steve and Madam Chair.
Yes, and I think it's I know this has been a very time-consuming process, and I know it has taken a lot of time and energy from you, Sue, and the others that have been involved in this. And so I want to thank you, and I'm excited that the RFP is out. Excited that we've got a response date, and I'm excited to get the money in the community is the bottom line. And it's been a long process, probably more time consuming than we ever thought. And I'll just be very happy to get this money out in the community. So Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I think these municipalities, I think it's good that they let us know their projects, but they also receive their own dollars as well. And so how do we, I guess that's where we have to really evaluate and say, okay, how do we get these dollars out into the community, to communities for projects that are gonna be sustaining for a very long time, very impactful. And that's what we're looking for. And I'm glad that you're going to be really evaluating the local government as much as that they need help. Maybe it's through them that we deliver the services. I know that in my district, there's very limited nonprofits, and how else do we deliver these dollars actually into the community where it can be make a difference? So now that we know that this RFP is out, we'll have to share those. And if you can, again, just send it over to us again, and we can share it on our social media, and also send it out into our community so that they're fully aware that this is out there. So thank you.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, thank you. One note is just to your first point, is that part of that budget template asks recipients, or excuse me, proposers, if they have other funding for their project. So let's say a jurisdiction did themselves receive an ARPA allocation. They would have to record that they have that's going to this project as well. Or if they've received other grants or other types of money for their project. And then they would reflect how much balance they have left that they are asking for funding for. So it's a fairly complete process, and it recognizes that. To your second point, Supervisor Fowler, you're absolutely right. We're using the social safety net listservs in terms of notifying the nonprofits across the county to make sure we're getting a hold of everybody. And we're using whatever resources we can. It's between 75 and 100 different emails that we have sent out for the RFI, and making sure we're doing all of the local jurisdictions within that, including chapter houses and villages, et cetera. So we've been really, really careful to get the word out as much as possible. But we would absolutely appreciate anything each district can do to notify their individual nonprofits and jurisdictions to just double down, and the more we tell them, the better. As long as we don't engage in conversations about it. That's the only other part.
That is really important to underscore now that the RFP process has started, and that is a legal process, as well as it is a process that we have utilized for our ARPA funding distribution, but it is a legal process, and we cannot discuss the RFPs at this point or the criteria or anything else. We just has to be fair and impartial as we move forward.
It does.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? So this is great, and I really appreciate taking the time for the update with us, Sue, on this. This is an important part of our community involvement on our ARPA funds, and I appreciate your update on this. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members of the board, we are moving on, and we now need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors again for some discussion on Schultz and Pipeline flood. So at this point, I would entertain a motion that we resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved. So moved.
I think Supervisor.
I'll second it. I'll back off and I'll second.
All right. Well, that's very nice, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Vasquez made the motion, and we have a second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And do we have Lena on, or we have Lena on? I'm sorry. Do we have Judy on through you, Steve?
Yes, Judy, Supervisor Begay is on my phone.
All right. So is that an aye, Supervisor Begay?
No. Supervisor Begay, are you there? Did you vote aye on that last motion?
All right. I think the vote is 3-0 at this point. So it's unanimous for the three that we have with us here. So we are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And this is presentation, discussion, and possible direction regarding the Schultz Pipeline flood area update. And I see we have with us our Deputy County Manager, Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani, who will present on this. unless County Manager, you want to make some remarks first.
Madam Chair, members of the board, no, at this time, we can go directly to Lucinda. Thank you.
Thanks, County Manager. All right, good to see you. Thanks for being with us this afternoon, Lucinda.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Things have been very active over the last several weeks, as I think you're well aware since last week's presentation that we've had a whole nother series of flood events in the area. Had a very significant flood event on the Brandis corridor, and that brought down literally entire trees that had been burned. Those actually came from way up on the mountain, interestingly. So enough water to carry them that entire distance and across the fans even, which is unusual. So it was significant. We've been able to clear the area, restore access, and cleaning out the terminal trench there and so forth, and restoring the corridor just to the south of that, Peaceful, was hit hard as well. And we have some properties there that are at severe risk for undermining due to head cuts, as well as inability to access. So we've put together a plan and have a contractor actually helping with some of that issue right now, because the mitigation that we're able to provide is still undermining that area. The soils in that area are such that it's really having a very, very challenging situation. So anyway, more impacts continue. A lot of focus, of course, over the last week to 2 weeks has been preparing. We made an application last week to the NRCS Emergency Watershed Protection Program for about $24 million for projects in 5 of the watersheds. Those include Wapaki Trails area, and for Wapaki Trails, that involves an expansion of the channel there within the existing easement. And then moving south to Brandis, we have some repairs. The various flood events that have occurred have unraveled some of the turf reinforcement mat, and we're proposing to shotcrete those sections of the channel. And then moving south, we have the 2 next corridors, for the corridors Copeland and Peaceful, that declined the mitigation after Schultz, and both are being very heavily impacted. So we're looking at 2 channels within the Copeland corridor and 1 channel within the Peaceful corridor, as well as some repairs to the upper channel on Copeland, on Campbell flood corridor, that the channel that was constructed after Schultz. And the total for those improvements and addressing the flood mitigation, again, is about $24 million. That is just the off forest, because EWPP funding can only be used on private property or within public easement. It cannot be used on the Forest Service property. So commensurately, we are developing a long-term plan, as you're well aware, and we'll have a discussion tomorrow with some federal representatives regarding that longer-term plan for mitigation, and that will be released publicly tomorrow. And then we begin a series of corridor meetings, as we call them, coining that phrase back from the Schultz days, and we'll be beginning with a series of corridor meetings to meet with the corridors to share with them the plans and get people's input, and really to share the challenges with getting this amount of federal money, the challenges, some of the engineering challenges that will be faced, that will need to be able to secure drainage easements from all the property owners, where we'll need to place these measures. And certainly then on forests, securing the approvals from the Forest Service They will be required, as would be NRCS, if we secure funding from either, to conduct the National Environmental Policy Act processes that they have to undergo. Those typically take some time frame, particularly on forest. And so we've got a long road to hoe here, but we're working very quickly. I think if you think back to Schultz, it was, it took us, I think, almost 9 months to a year to get to this point. We haven't even gotten out of monsoon season and we've made our first application. We will be making a second application and likely a third application as well. The second application will be for the government tank corridor. That's the southernmost corridor. It affects Donny Park as well as the area, just what we've called the switchback Heppel area. And that's being hit really, really hard. And on top of that, so sad, on top of that, in the Donny Park area, they've now received, I think we're over at least 9 inches. I know it was last reported 9 to 9.5 inches. I think we're approaching 10 inches of rainfall in Donny Park. And so that, on top of the flooding coming from the mountain, has really exacerbated that flooding situation there. That corridor alone will be likely double what we have to invest in all the rest of the corridors. It's extremely complex and challenging. A great deal of on-forest work can be done, which is the really good news, but it will also be the most expensive corridor. The plan for on-forest also includes addressing on-forest, implementing on-forest measures in the Schultz Creek flood corridor that comes into 180. And it will also address the highway crossings, both at 180 as well as 89. We have 5 locations on 89 that are compromised and at risk. And of course, we've had, I think we're up to at least 6 or 7 closures of Highway 89. And I believe 3 or maybe 4 to 180 so far. So this coordinated effort of on-forest measures, flood mitigation in the neighborhoods, and then mitigation at the highways, improving those highway drainages and conveyances, and detention, including potentially additional detention and detention improvements at the Copeland detention facility, is a significant effort, and really that 3-pronged process to address the mitigation needs across the entire area. So I think that's my update for today. Again, we've been very busy working with the engineers to put all the information together to be able to make the proposals to the federal government, and we'll be out to share those with the community over the next month to 6 weeks. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that update, Lucinda. We know you and your staff have been working very hard on this, and really working to look for federal dollars out there, and soliciting the assistance of our 2 senators and of course Representative O'Halloran, because we're certainly going to need some of these federal dollars and their help to get these federal dollars for the mitigation that's going to be necessary given the compromised watersheds that our communities have experienced. So thank you.
Absolutely. Their support, their continuing support, and leadership on these issues is just extremely critical.
Thank you, and thanks for your advocacy on that. Other questions from members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Lucinda. I know you guys are working really hard on this. The piece that I'm trying to get a sense from, it's sort of like our last presentation that we had. I want to get a better view of the overall picture of what's going on. With time, if you can get visuals, that would help out. Seeing which corridors you're talking about, how you have proposals for funding associated with them. and then how they align with, our match, desired match opportunities. And with that, that helps build the bigger picture of, what is our ability, what is our capacity for what we're doing, and starts to line up at least some view of how we can develop strategies, etc. on that.
Yes, well, the strategies are really clear. That I think where the really big challenges come is the funding. This is going to be a significant funding ask, and certainly, after we go public tomorrow, I think that we can, with that plan, then we can be prepared to bring that presentation, back to the board. In fact, we can do that the following week if we so desire, and walk through that with the board. I think that would be best. This is not a public meeting tomorrow. This is an individual meeting with some key representatives, and so this is an important opportunity to sit down and share with them what's being experienced, what the issues are, and so forth. So yeah, we'll certainly be prepared to do that.
Yeah, and that's, that would be good. If we can get the federal funding for this, it certainly would help provide, that expanded relief and capability associated with it. But yeah, that would be great. Thanks, Lucinda.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I think that thank you for your work, and thank you to our departments, from county management to emergency managers, public works, and all our departments for working together and working with the communities. We're in emergency state, and I'm just wondering how I agree with Supervisor Ryan. Visuals is really important. We are reporting out to the public when we have a board meeting, so not everybody knows where these channels are, these roads are, and the impact. I think it's really important every time we provide a presentation to have visuals with it. You also mentioned that federal dollars, we all are depending on the federal dollars. We have our fingers crossed, hoping that they will come through. However, I think we should work, and these proposals should be written and in a way that, let's say it didn't come through. Then what? How do we approach that? So I think that these maybe you develop two scenarios, or I know you usually have multiple scenarios, but these federal dollars are very competitive. The other is that you said you're looking into the future. How long do we try to invest into this area where flooding is going to continuously now start happening and keep happening? And we keep talking about forest restoration. Maybe at some point we have to turn and say, okay, this is all we can do. We can't pump any more dollars into it because the county doesn't have money, the flood district doesn't have money. So we have to turn our attention to the west side where it's also flooding, and also you really start working on the forest restoration on that side rather than concentrating and trying to control the flood on the east side. It's just when we think about these events, how much can we do and what is the reality? That I think we have to keep in check with. The other is that I've been wondering if we might be able to it is time to establish a commission for the flood district made up of representatives from all the districts and expertise like engineers and others that are profession in that field, to establish that commission to oversee the flood district, so that we can all, because flood district is not just these flood areas, it is across the county. We had meetings with our towns, other partners, and we haven't gone back to that. Those are just thoughts, and I think when we think about what is the future, we have to put everything possible on the table and say, okay, what makes sense off of this? How do we save money? We don't have the money. I'm just really afraid that we're just not going to have the money on the prevention side if we keep putting money into the flood where it's flooding, and we can't control it. And so that's where I think Mother Nature has decided this is where I'm going to go, and this is the new route. If that's the case, then when do we stop? So these are just thoughts that I have, and just thought I'd just share it. And I have shared it with a couple of supervisors. I'm just thinking about where does this go and how do we address this? And you all have mentioned also, what if the west side, for some reasons, that there's a fire again, then how much do we do there? Those are thoughts that we have to really have a bigger picture than just this small space. What about the rest of the flood areas? How do we address that? So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Lucinda.
Well, I think that there's going to be some very difficult decisions over the next year. This board's going to have to make some difficult decisions. And you've made difficult decisions historically. There was a very difficult decision made back in 2010, 2011, 2012, when we faced this before. And this will even be a more difficult because there's more impacts now than there even were then. And so there will be difficult decisions. I think that, though, what I hold on to is that I had a letter this morning, or an email this morning, and conversation with a gentleman who his home is no longer livable, and truly is that way. It's not by choice. It has truly been probably near destroyed. And so, I think we have to think about the level of impact that's being sustained by, probably up to 1,000+ residents, on both west and east sides. And can they live with this for another 5 to 6 years or 7 years, however long it takes for the recovery? So it's going to be some very tough decisions. Steve and I and Siri are beginning to have discussions about what that looks like to potentially finance the match for federal funds. And I'm hopeful that we can certainly attract a significant amount of federal funds. But if we can't, then we'll have to ratchet back our plans, and we'll only be able to mitigate to a certain level. And, that will mean, and certainly there will be many constituents that are going to be very unhappy with that. But, there will only be a certain amount that we can do to try to address the issue. And I think, the goal right now is to try not to touch the forest restoration dollars. That's the goal, is not to touch those dollars, so that we can continue with that as the number one priority. But will that affect other priorities? Absolutely. And just like if Page had a flooding crisis, or other communities had flooding crises, major flooding crises, within, that are within the flood control district, we would have a similar role as we've had with the city of Flagstaff. So it's going to be a very difficult period, and some very, very difficult decisions. Absolutely.
Thank you, Lucinda. Any other comments? I have a couple, but I want to give other members of the board an opportunity. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank you, Lucinda, and all your team for your continued efforts out there. It seems like every couple days there's a new event to go deal with. I was astounded with your report last week of over 20 events. this monsoon season. And you know, it's rough, you know,
We're at
it's really
38
putting a
now.
strain.
We're at 38 major
38?
events now. 38.
Wow. Wow. That's really, it's insane. If you think about it, like that exceeds
Insane.
anything that we were waiting for. Last year, we were freaking out because we had 6 or 7 major events,
Yeah,
you know,
we
and
had
here,
really 5 major events, 6 that we responded to.
so with that said, you know, I realize we are getting to our capacity. Our staff is getting burnt out where they've been going nonstop since April, since the fires, and now having to deal with the floods. And so, you know, I just want to really express my gratitude and appreciation for all the hard work with folks that they've done to help support our community. And it's tough. And you know, I know sometimes the community feels like we're not doing enough. And it's really important that we express and just share how spread out we are, how many watersheds we're dealing with, and how, you know, the impacts from each one, you know, and so based on that, we're doing the best we can, and we continue to do so. Hopefully we get these federal dollars that we're banking on, and hopefully we don't have to make those hard choices yet. You know, that's really the hope. And so again, I just want to say thank you, and just kind of, you know, let the community know that we're doing the best we can, and we're going to continue lobbying for those funding sources, so we don't have to tap into our forest restoration funding, because that's crucial for the long term. You know,
Absolutely.
because if we don't get that forest thinning done, especially on the west side of the peaks, this is going to be a continual problem, even more so for many, many years to come. And so, you know, it's really gratifying to see that we are getting access to funding quite sooner than we did in Schultz. And you know, I tip my hat to you, because I know you're a big part of that in those efforts, and in securing those relationships and those meetings, so that we can lobby those officials, and hopefully we get this funding and can do as much mitigation as possible in this next this non-monsoon season, in the off season before next monsoon. So again, just thank you.
Thank you. And I want to, you know, say 2 things. One, in terms of the timeline, we're dealing with this many watersheds. You know, we are looking at least a 3-year process likely. And so our ability to get a certain amount of work done every year, one, we have only certain contractors that have the expertise to do certain work, but then beyond that too, it's just the capacity to actually get a certain amount of work done. And it's likely that the federal funds may well be phased. And so I think that's going to be the challenging part, is what do we need to do most quickly, and what can we do most quickly to try to reduce down impacts? Or there are other things we can do in the interim, in the off season, to try to reduce down impacts. But unlike museum, and frankly, museum, we had really 2 years, right, to be prepared to go to March once we got those funds. This is not going to be that easy, because we had only one watershed to deal with, right? So this is going to be a really, really challenging effort. I also want to say, to the expertise issue question, we have the greatest expertise in this arena in the country, in this state, and in Flagstaff. They are consulting in all the New Mexico floods and post-fire work. All the people that are working with us are also consulting with them. They're consulting around the state. They've consulted in many other states. So the consultants that we have, and the expertise we have, both internally and expert, you know, we have become the go-to team to get the expertise. So our flood control district, you know, there's definitely some things we need to do to staff up and get a really solid team going long-term for a broader book of business over time. But for what we need to be doing right now for these emergencies, I couldn't ask for a better team. We have a phenomenal team. So we're extremely fortunate. That's the only way that we were able to, within weeks of flooding started, actually have an application into NRCS. If it weren't for that, and the work that we had all done during Schultz, that would have never happened, because those 5 watersheds all we had worked with the Forest Service and NRCS in those watersheds already. So we have the NEPA, we have the relationship, we understand what the processes are. So we were able to move very quickly. So without them, we would not have been able to do that. So thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Madam Chair, if I may. I'm still concerned about the staff. With Supervisor Vasquez just brought it up again, and I think that we keep using Public Works, and what projects are being delayed because of that, and
none. None of the road projects have been delayed to date. None.
Okay, well,
yeah, we've been really focused on using contractors, and the contractors have been doing a significant amount of work. Yes, there has been an impact when there is an actual event, they'll go out and clear the roads, but Public Works hasn't been clearing any ditches. They haven't been addressing any of the mitigation. They haven't been addressing the roads, and many of the developments are being addressed now by contractors. So we've really contracted up. So that impact this is the least impact we've ever had in a flood event, even though it's much greater than we've ever experienced. It's only a mere fraction of the impact during Schultz, or even during museum. I think we actually probably spent more time. So we've really reduced that by bringing in contractors and shedding a lot of that work. We're not utilizing the engineering resources, very limited impact on any of the engineering resources, including Christopher. So we've really made a conscious effort to try not to do that this time.
Thank you for all your work and the whole team.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of comments to make as well. And, first, of course, one of gratitude for the extraordinary efforts that have been made really across the county. And a lot of the people from the county, quite frankly, have been impacted by the floods, both on the east side and the west side. So they're coming to work every day and going home at night and building sandbags. Obviously, there has been a tremendous amount of quite frankly, stress, and a tremendous amount of anxiety that has been experienced by our county. Some of it is because of the emergency itself. Some of it is because of our response to emergency. But, really, what is the main purpose of local government if it is not to handle the health and safety of our community? Quite frankly, it is one of our key responsibilities as the Board of Supervisors, as local government. And I want to commend the county manager. I want to commend everybody across the county team for the work that they have done in rising to the response for our community. And it's not over. We know that. And I think there are some good points that have been raised. But I do want to point out that we've been fighting this both on an emergency level, both on the east and the west side. The east side, of course, is outside of any municipality with the exception of the county. The west side does have the Flagstaff, city of Flagstaff, and they have a responsibility through their stormwater district and for the city to respond. But what has the county done? The county has been a partner in that emergency response. That is our role as a flood control district. And I'm proud of the fact that the flood control district has been working, hand in glove with the city of Flagstaff and providing our experts, as Lucinda said, some of the top experts, unfortunately, in certainly the Southwest, if not the country right now, and been working very closely with the city of Flagstaff. I know that Vice Chair Vasquez and myself have been meeting on a regular basis with some of the electeds at the city, just to keep those lines of communication open, because we all have a responsibility. We are all in this together. We are all dealing with this emergency together. And I am very, very proud of the work that the county has done. And I think we have to look at the short-term mitigation, but we've got to look at the long-term mitigation. And that's where I know that you, Lucinda, and your staff, county manager, And certainly members of the Board of Supervisors, myself and Supervisor Vasquez in particular, have looked to Representative O'Halloran, our senators, have met with them, have brought them out here, have given them tours, have done everything we can to advocate on behalf of this community to handle the long-term mitigation that's necessary both on the east side and the west side. Oh, and by the way, some of that on-forest work that we're talking about in terms of long-term mitigation is going to drastically assist in the mitigation efforts, will drastically assist in the mitigation efforts, both on the west side and the east side. This is an all-community call for this mitigation. And in the process, we cannot lose sight of the fact that the real change is only going to happen if we can deal with forest restoration and the forest restoration work that needs to get done. As I've said over and over again, we can't just continue every spring. We have our mega drought. We're in the midst of that. It's likely not going to change. And we have these severe forest fires, and then we turn into monsoon and we have post-wildfire flooding. You know, I think you're exactly right. We can't afford this. It is beyond the capability of the county. It's beyond the capability of the city of Flagstaff. One of the reasons we have to look to the federal government to assist us both in the short-term mitigation and the long-term mitigation. But we cannot lose sight of the prize, and that is we must deal with forest restoration and thinning projects. I know that Supervisor Ryan has worked very, very hard with Bill Williams Mountain. That continues and needs to continue because that affects the city of Williams water supply. The west side of the San Francisco Peaks, on the other hand, also affects the watershed and water supply for the city of Flagstaff. And that has got to be prioritized. And we have been meeting and working directly with both Region 3 from the Forest Service, as well as working with both the Kaibab and the Coconino to make sure that that gets added to the for-fry $54 million priority list. So if we don't have everything we would have for today's meeting, I believe it's because we have our limited capacity, and what we have done with our limited capacity is filed our applications with the NRCS and EWPP funding, that we have tried to basically have a meeting that's going to be scheduled tomorrow, where we're going to have members of Department of Agriculture, where we're going to have members of the Forest Service, we're going to have members of the two senators' staff, as well as O'Halloran and O'Halloran staff. These, of course, take time and ultimately, hopefully, will produce the kind of results that we need to deliver for our community. So hard decisions may need to be made, but right now we need to do everything we can to deliver the relief that's needed for our community, both short-term and long-term. And if we get into a point where we have not been able to successfully deliver and get the funding we need, then we're going to have to take a cold, hard look at what we can do and what is our role as local government. So thank you again. I know it has been a tremendous effort on the part of every single one of the county. You know, Lucinda, you've just worn yourself out. But you know, so many members of this county have done their part, done over their part, and I want to thank each and every single one of you for the efforts that you have done. And to members of Coconino County, those that have been affected by the fires and now the floods, you know, just hang in there with us, and we're doing everything we can, and we will continue to do everything within our power as we move forward. So, you know, thank you, Lucinda. You know, thank you, Steve. Thank you for all the members of our county for your extraordinary efforts. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other comments? If not, I believe, Lucinda, do you have any other comments? Andy, you have any comments? I know, Andy, you've been really involved in this.
No, thank you for the time, and thanks, Lucinda, for your continued efforts in this, and I know we try to support the best that we can throughout the organization, and we do have some of the best folks in the state and in the country working on these efforts. So thank you. And you're one of them, Lucinda. So thanks.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you for your support. This takes a whole team.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, this is a team effort, and you know, we're trying to limit the impact on the organization as much as we can, but it still takes a team. And I really appreciate Steve and Andy and Sue have been all really supportive, and you know, we just got to keep marching forward because, you know, as you indicated, and it resonates that you said that, Chair, that I remember when Senator McCain arrived after the flooding during the Schultz floods, and he said, you know, this is one time that during a disaster is when nobody cares whether, you know, what it's not about partisanship. It's not about party. It's all about what is government going to do to try to support me with dealing with the disaster. And he made that a point to us over and over again, that government has to serve during a disaster. And I always really appreciated his focus on that. And I can say that, and he delivered for us too. And as did Senator Kyle and Congresswoman Kirkpatrick, banded together and really helped us at that time. And I'm very confident that our congressional members will do so again for us now. So thank you again.
And then Chair Horseman and members of the board, and to your question, Supervisor Fowler, I know we in the manager's office are continuing to pay attention to our broader organization. And we know that our communities have been through a lot, through COVID, through fires, through floods, through monkeypox. Now we're hearing that conversation. And Sue especially really pays attention to the organization and through our human resources department. I know as in our public works group, I talked to Christopher today. He has the benefit or not of having both Lucinda and I as previous public works directors. But that said, really paying attention to the balance of Coconino County and the services that we provide. And I know Christopher was recently able to hire an engineer who's a very good hire, and hopefully you'll be meeting that person soon, and continuing to focus on those road projects and delivering on the promises of our road repair and street safety program of 2014. Just really looking forward to working with the group on the balance of the county. That said, the flooding impacts here in Flagstaff and throughout our region are significant. Our emergency management department, and I've said this many times, Wes is the best emergency manager that I've worked with in my tenure. That's my strong opinion, and what he's doing to provide service throughout Coconino County and his relationships with our tribal liaisons, with DEMA, et cetera, have been a huge benefit to our county on the whole, I believe. So thank you.
Yeah, totally agree. Wes has brought just a level of connections and professionalism that's been really significant and really supported everybody's efforts.
And that guy knows how to drive, I'll tell you. He's gotten us through some horrible areas out there in the flood zone. So he's amazing. So County Manager, did you have some comments you wanted to make?
Oh, well, just to wrap up on the agenda items, but on this particular item, I think all the words that have been said have been very wise, good counsel and governance. So thank you. So with regard to the agenda, Madam Chair,
Yes.
You know, the roundtable items, there's nothing I see that's critical that we cannot push out to you through an email or a white paper. So at this point in time, I would like to recommend that we could wrap up the meeting, at least for this roundtable. Those are the only items that were left on the agenda. And there's nothing time sensitive on those on that list, unless there are board members that want to provide some feedback on their particular district. The staff is good for now. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I do have one roundtable, if I may.
Sure. Well, let's then go back. Let's do that. And I know that everybody's tired. I know that tomorrow is going to be a very big day and a big responsibility here for the county. So unless I would ask that unless there's something that's really important and absolutely Supervisor Fowler, if you have something, please do that. We're at 21 round table. So if there's any supervisor that has items that you believe are very important to bring forward, let's do it. And Supervisor Fowler, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to introduce my new district director. If Lindsay, if you could bring her in. Her name is L'Oreal Scott. She goes by Lori. She was in, there she is. She can turn her camera on. Lori was with my office 10 years ago. And we started the fireworks together. We started law enforcement gathering together. We started working on NGS economic impact together. We've been, a lot of the projects that we're working on today, we were working on that with Lori. So I just want to thank Lori for coming back and being able to come back to the county and to work with all of us. And I just wanted to introduce her. Miranda was here for 10 years and she's now at Public Works, and really happy for her career advancement and really happy for her. So I just want to introduce Lori here. You may remember her. She was part of our team as staff assistant at the time. So here she is from the Tuba City office.
Hello, I met some of you the other day again, but nice to see you all and nice to join the meeting. Lena, thank you for the introduction, and I'm happy to be back and very busy over here. So look forward to seeing you all some more around the offices. So thank you.
You know, once you're with the county, it's difficult not to come back again. It's hard to leave. So that's all I have, Madam Chair. I just wanted to introduce Lori, and if you call my office or contact me, you know, Lori and I are working together on, continue to work together on behalf of our citizens in Coconino County and beyond, actually. So thank you.
Welcome, Lori. And we did not resolve back to the Board of Supervisors. I apologize.
That's why Lindsay's up.
and so we should do that. And then I know Supervisor Ryan may have a comment that he wants to make, and a welcome to Lori. So can we resolve? Do I have a motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors?
I'll move.
So moved by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second? Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. And let's proceed. Lori, welcome, and Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, a response to Laurie, welcome back, Laurie. And if you need any first aid dealing with Lena, you know, we'll try and help you out there, okay?
Thank you, Matt.
That's right. Madam Chair, I have a whole book full of information that I want to follow up on right now. If you
but what, you know, we're going to unplug your mic. Okay?
Oh my gosh. The treatment.
Madam Chair, you can mute him.
Love it.
I know there's really been a lot going on, and I said to Steve earlier when somebody was talking about the July break, and I said, "What break?"
It always is.
No.
So, any other items from roundtable that should need to be brought up? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, I'll make it short and sweet. First off, welcome, Lori. We haven't met yet, but I look forward to meeting you and working with you in the future. The only thing I want to put out is just a shout out to everybody in the staff that had a great event on Saturday for the park renaming ceremony. I know a lot of the Parks and Rec, they had to have patience with me as myself and our team got done with the mural that we dedicated on Saturday, and just, it was a really great event. And so I just wanted to put a shout out to all the staff and volunteers who made it happen on Saturday. Thank you. It was really fun.
And it was fun. It was a great event. So,
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay's on my phone to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, just want to thank everyone for the meeting today and all the hard work that was put together to put our agenda together, and also to, you know, give us a lot of information that's very informational to us. And I just want to tell you that we have been having a lot of rain, and one of the areas in District 4, the other areas have flooded out. Monkopi Bridge area down at the fields in Monkopi is all full with water, and it's a lot of mud just going through Cameron, and then also towards Loop area and stuff like that. So been driving around here and there to see what the roads are like, and having contact with the communities, you know, to see what they would need, you know, as far maybe with our help, we might be able to get them some help. So just been a lot of rain, and I just want to thank the Cinda for taking me out to where the fire flood areas were, and you know, it's something to see, but you know, we've been asking for rain, especially on the reservation, and it almost rains like every day here. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, all the staff. Thank you very much. And then the elections, you know, that was a real good effort on everybody's behalf, and I was very pleased, and a lot of good comments that, you know, it went smooth, and that, you know, everything was in order, and seeing that was community feedback. So that's Laura, your team, and also Patty, thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments on roundtable?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
I did miss the event for our colleague, former supervisor, Liz Archuleta. Just because of our own, sometimes we don't control our own, you know, our time. So, and that's what happened. I just want to thank Liz publicly here. As you all know, she's a great teacher. She's really taught me a lot, and just being on the board, know how to be a board member. And she's got has a lot of skills. I remember when my first year, we went to NACO, and there were several resolutions, and we were chasing them because they were being sent to different committees, and we were able to not stop all of them, but we were able to table them. And these are just really important at the national level, and just really being able to work with her on projects and bringing understanding. So I want to thank Liz, her district, and the city of Flagstaff and Coconino County, and the minority population, not just the Hispanic, Latino, but minority population. She really stood for them. And once she had an idea in her head, you could not push that oak tree over, you know. She just stood her ground, and that's what I really appreciate about her. And you know, we did have you can't always have the same opinion on things. You can't have the same view a lot of times, but she really had, and she does, some like past tense just because she's former, but she does listen, and she really takes into consideration what you're saying. And in the end, you know, we make a decision and we move on. But I really appreciate that about her, just her mentorship with all of the supervisors, and bringing this understanding on really the strength of this board to be able to carry the county forward, and being able to work with all our partners. So I just want to thank Liz for that. Really appreciate her. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. You were missed. Any other comments on roundtable? Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, actually, with Lena bringing up the events, you know, I should note I did receive a message on my phone. I haven't returned the call, but Louise Yellerman did call in with her regrets that she couldn't make the event. as well. And just noting that it was a very special event, and you know, obviously compliments to Liz. She's doing a lot of good things right now, and what she's doing. As far as the board and staff, everybody did a really good job, and community members, really neat events, and appreciate all the work that went into it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, members of the board, we are down to adjournment. And at this point, we would adjourn the board meeting. And for some of you, see you tomorrow. And for others, we'll see you next week. So thank you so much. Great job, team. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Well done.
Everyone. Good job.
Good stuff.
Bye.